Arizona. Homelessness is a reality that touches every corner of society, often hidden in plain sight. In Arizona, a state known for its breathtaking landscapes and thriving cities, this challenge takes on unique dimensions. From the bustling streets of Phoenix to the quieter towns dotting the desert, the issue isn't just about numbers, it's about people, each with a story to tell. In this film, we explore the roots of homelessness, its ripple effects on communities, and the efforts being made to create lasting change. Join us as we delve into this pressing issue, not to find easy answers, but to better understand the lives it impacts and the paths forward for us all. Homelessness is far more than the lack of a physical shelter. It represents a complex web of challenges, from financial hardship to mental health struggles. In Arizona, a state celebrated for its breathtaking landscapes and thriving cities, homelessness has become a pressing issue demanding our collective focus. This documentary aims to illuminate the lives of those facing homelessness, delving into its root causes, analyzing the current landscape, evaluating its effects on individuals and communities alike, and uncovering practical solutions to address and alleviate this growing concern. Current state of homelessness in Arizona. To grasp the magnitude of homelessness in Arizona, it's essential to look at the current statistics and understand the living conditions of those affected. Statistical overview. Arizona is grappling with a rapidly expanding homeless population, ranking among the fastest growing in the nation. In cities like Phoenix, the number of individuals living in concentrated street encampments has surged by an astonishing 450%. One area, known as the Zone, formerly referred to as Thunderdome, now shelters nearly 1,000 unsheltered individuals, a stark increase over the past decade. These alarming statistics underscore the pressing need for impactful solutions and resources. Additionally, Arizona faces a troubling prevalence of human trafficking, ranking 13th nationwide with 651 reported tips. Each year, hundreds of victims are affected, while commercial sexual exploitation generates millions of dollars in illicit profits within the state. This harsh reality compounds the complexity of addressing the homelessness crisis. Concentrated areas. Phoenix's The Zone, now commonly called the Danger Zone, has become a stark symbol of Arizona's escalating homelessness crisis. Despite repeated efforts to dismantle encampments, the root causes of homelessness remain unaddressed, perpetuating a relentless cycle of displacement and return. Scottsdale, known for its affluence, has not been immune to this issue, witnessing a noticeable rise in homelessness as people are driven out of precious neighborhoods. These concentrated areas turn into visible hotspots for homelessness, where individuals face public scrutiny yet continue to grapple with the same systemic challenges fueling homelessness across the state. Living conditions. The living conditions for homeless individuals in Arizona are often harsh and unforgiving. Many endure sweltering temperatures, limited access to clean water and nutritious food, and constant threats of violence and theft. The absence of stable housing leaves basic hygiene and personal safety as daily battles, further eroding their quality of life. Estimates suggest that nearly 1,000 unsheltered people live in these concentrated zones, enduring hardships that extend far beyond the mere lack of a roof over their heads. Causes of homelessness in Arizona. Understanding the root causes of homelessness is essential for developing effective strategies to address it. In Arizona, several factors contribute to the rising numbers of individuals without stable housing. High housing costs. Housing costs in Arizona have become a significant factor contributing to the rise in homelessness. In recent years, both rental and home purchase prices have soared, making it increasingly challenging for low-income families and individuals to find stable housing. In Phoenix alone, rental rates have surged by an astonishing 177% compared to the previous year, placing a heavy financial burden on residents. This steep rise often forces people to make impossible choices, such as prioritizing rent over essentials like food and medical care, significantly increasing the likelihood of homelessness. Lack of affordable housing. The issue is further compounded by a severe lack of affordable housing. With limited access to low-cost living options, countless individuals find themselves with no alternative but to seek refuge in temporary shelters or live on the streets. The construction of affordable housing has failed to keep pace with demand, leaving a growing gap that urgently needs to be addressed. Moreover, restrictive building codes and zoning laws in certain Arizona cities hinder the development of affordable housing projects, reducing opportunities for those struggling to secure a place to call home. Population growth. Arizona's swift population growth has become a key factor contributing to the state's housing challenges. Attracted by its thriving economy and desirable climate, an increasing number of people are relocating to Arizona, intensifying the demand for housing. This surge often surpasses the available supply, straining the housing market and escalating prices. As a result, many residents face the threat of homelessness. Cities such as Phoenix and Tucson have experienced notable population booms, leading to overcrowded housing markets and a dwindling inventory of affordable housing options. Substance abuse and social issues. Substance abuse continues to pose a significant challenge for Arizona's homeless population. Addiction not only undermines the ability to secure and maintain stable housing, but also heightens the risk of entanglement in criminal activities. Compounding this issue are factors like mental health disorders and domestic violence, which further trap individuals in cycles of instability and poverty. The intersection of addiction, homelessness, and social issues creates a complex crisis that demands holistic and well-coordinated interventions. Lack of support services. The shortage of comprehensive support services is a critical barrier to overcoming homelessness. Many individuals lack access to essential services like healthcare, mental health support, and job training programs. Without these resources, it becomes difficult for them to regain their footing and secure stable employment and housing. Additionally, bureaucratic hurdles and limited funding for support services hinder the effectiveness of existing programs, leaving many homeless individuals without the necessary assistance to improve their circumstances. Personal stories and testimonials. Personal stories and testimonials bring a deeply human perspective to the issue of homelessness, shedding light on the challenges and triumphs faced by those navigating this difficult reality. These accounts offer a window into the lived experiences of homeless individuals, emphasizing the need for empathy and understanding in addressing this complex crisis. Take Lisa, for example, a longtime resident of Phoenix, who shares her inspiring journey from homelessness to stability. "We've been together for 15 years, going on 16. Being married and living on the streets hasn't changed our love, it's only made it stronger," she says. Lisa's story is a testament to the resilience and determination of people experiencing homelessness, highlighting how crucial support systems can be in overcoming adversity. Equally moving is the story of a former Marine who fell into homelessness due to struggles with substance abuse. "I used to be fine smoking weed. It didn't bother me at all. But one day I decided I didn't want it anymore, so I quit, he shares. His experience reveals the devastating toll of addiction and underscores the urgent need for rehabilitation programs that address both mental health and substance abuse. These personal accounts serve to humanize the issue, reminding us that homelessness is not merely a statistic but a deeply personal crisis. By listening to these voices, we gain a more profound understanding of the systemic barriers at play and the pressing need for compassionate and effective solutions. Impacts of homelessness. The ramifications of homelessness extend beyond the individuals directly affected, influencing various aspects of the community and society at large. Impact on individuals. Homelessness has a profound impact on an individual's health. The lack of access to healthcare services leaves many medical conditions untreated, increases vulnerability to infectious diseases, and significantly harms mental well-being. Constant exposure to stress and instability amplifies these health challenges, creating barriers to seeking and receiving necessary care. Chronic illnesses such as diabetes, hypertension, and mental health disorders are widespread among the homeless population, often remaining unaddressed due to limited healthcare accessibility. Safety is another critical concern for those experiencing homelessness. Life on the streets is fraught with dangers, including high rates of violence, theft, and exploitation. Without the security of a stable home, individuals face heightened risks of attacks and abuse, which further erode their sense of safety and overall well-being. Violence and crime within homeless communities perpetuate a cycle of fear and instability, making it even more challenging for individuals to break free from the grip of homelessness. Impact on the community. The link between homelessness and rising crime rates is well documented. The desperation stemming from homelessness often leads to an increase in drug-related offenses, theft, and violent crimes. This not only harms victims but also places a significant strain on law enforcement and disrupts the fabric of community life. For instance, within a single week, 4 murders were reported in a concentrated homeless area, underscoring the volatile conditions that emerge when stable housing and support systems are absent. Homelessness also creates a substantial economic burden for communities. Escalating healthcare expenses, increased law enforcement demands, and the reliance on emergency services divert resources from other vital public services. Furthermore, neighborhoods with significant homeless populations often see declines in property values and reduced tourism, deepening the economic impact. The rising cost of housing exacerbates this issue, forcing many individuals to spend a large portion of their income on rent, leaving little for other necessities and perpetuating cycles of poverty and homelessness. Additionally, large homeless populations contribute to environmental challenges. Improper waste disposal, along with defecation and urination in public spaces, leads to pollution and urban degradation. This not only diminishes a city's aesthetic appeal but also poses health risks to the broader population. The cost and frequency of cleanup efforts increase alongside these environmental impacts, further straining already limited community resources. Solutions to homelessness. Addressing homelessness requires a multifaceted approach that tackles the root causes and provides sustainable support to those in need. Here are some of the strategies being implemented and proposed in Arizona. Increasing affordable housing supply. A proven strategy to combat homelessness is to increase the supply of affordable housing. In Arizona, efforts are underway to develop more social housing initiatives and extend financial aid to low-income families. By improving accessibility and affordability, fewer individuals face the risk of homelessness due to economic hardships. Innovative approaches like tiny home communities and modular housing are being explored as rapid solutions to boost affordable housing availability and meet growing demands. Enhancing support services. Robust support services are vital for helping individuals transition out of homelessness. Enhancing access to mental health care, substance abuse treatment, and job training programs addresses the root causes of homelessness, empowering individuals to regain stability and rebuild their lives. Comprehensive services such as case management, counseling, and life skills training play a critical role in this effort. These holistic programs provide the tools and resources necessary for lasting recovery and self-sufficiency, fostering dignity and hope. For rehabilitation and substance abuse programs. Substance abuse is a major contributor to homelessness, making access to rehabilitation programs crucial. Arizona has dedicated resources to initiatives that provide treatment and recovery support for individuals battling addiction. These efforts play a vital role in breaking the cycle of substance abuse, decreasing the risk of relapse, and promoting sustainable recovery. Integrated care models, which merge addiction treatment with mental health services and housing assistance, have demonstrated remarkable success in fostering long-term stability. Policy and community collaboration. Addressing homelessness requires effective policies and a collaborative approach involving government agencies, nonprofits, and local communities. Arizona's strategy emphasizes comprehensive solutions that simultaneously tackle housing, healthcare, and employment challenges. Active community participation ensures that initiatives are customized to meet the unique needs of affected populations, cultivating an inclusive and supportive environment. By fostering partnerships between public and private sectors, Arizona leverages innovation and optimizes resources to develop impactful and sustainable solutions. Government initiatives to address homelessness in Arizona. The Arizona government has launched a multifaceted approach to address the escalating homelessness crisis, combining immediate relief with sustainable, long-term solutions. A key pillar of these efforts is the significant expansion of affordable housing projects, funded through state budgets and federal grants, aimed at boosting the availability of low-cost housing options in major cities such as Phoenix and Tucson. One standout initiative, the Shelters to Shutters Greater Phoenix program, plays a vital role in transitioning individuals from temporary shelters to permanent homes. Alongside housing, it provides critical services, including job training, mental health care, and support for overcoming substance abuse, fostering holistic rehabilitation and self-sufficiency. To overcome previous hurdles in accessing federal resources, the state has streamlined its administrative systems, ensuring the efficient allocation of relief funds. Arizona has also prioritized collaboration, forming strong partnerships with nonprofits, local businesses, and community organizations. These alliances underscore the importance of collective action in combating homelessness. Preventive measures are another focal point, with eviction prevention programs and financial aid for rent and utilities designed to tackle the root causes of homelessness. By addressing these challenges before individuals lose their homes, the state aims to reduce the influx of people experiencing homelessness. Through this integrated strategy, combining housing initiatives, robust support services, and collaborative efforts, the Arizona government is building a sustainable framework to not only alleviate the immediate hardships faced by the homeless, but also ensure long-term stability and successful reintegration into the community. An efficient use of funds. Ensuring that funds allocated for homelessness prevention and support are used efficiently is paramount. Transparency in the distribution of federal relief money and local funds helps maximize the impact of these resources. Arizona has been working to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of various programs to ensure that they deliver tangible results in reducing homelessness. Accountability measures and regular audits are essential to prevent mismanagement of funds and ensure that resources reach those in need. Additional insights and developments. Beyond immediate solutions, innovative approaches and community-driven efforts are emerging as promising avenues to address homelessness. In Arizona, for example, certain cities are piloting tiny home villages as transitional housing options. These compact, secure environments provide not only a roof over one's head, but also access to vital services such as job training, counseling, and healthcare. By fostering a sense of stability and support, these villages create a nurturing community that helps individuals transition toward permanent housing solutions. Technology is also playing a transformative role in connecting homeless individuals with the resources they need. Mobile applications and online platforms are bridging gaps, enabling quicker and more efficient access to essential services, from shelter availability to healthcare support. Community initiatives. Grassroots movements and local initiatives have proven to be invaluable in addressing homelessness on a practical level. Volunteer organizations frequently organize food distributions, clothing drives, and free medical camps, offering immediate aid to those in crisis. While these efforts are often localized, their impact on the well-being of homeless individuals is profound. For instance, initiatives like Billy's Way Home go beyond basic assistance, providing meals along with a sense of community and belonging. This emotional support is vital for empowering individuals as they work toward reclaiming independence. Education and awareness. Increasing public awareness about homelessness is crucial for cultivating empathy and garnering widespread support. Through educational workshops and impactful awareness campaigns, we can dispel misconceptions and emphasize that homelessness can affect anyone, regardless of their background or circumstances. By fostering greater understanding, communities are more likely to back policies and initiatives that aim to tackle this pressing issue. Travel documentaries like ours serve as a powerful medium to illuminate these challenges, inspiring audiences to re-examine their assumptions and take meaningful action. Employment opportunities. Providing employment opportunities tailored to the unique skills and needs of homeless individuals is equally essential. Full vocational training and job placement programs empower people to achieve financial independence and reintegrate into society. Employment offers more than just income; it restores purpose and self-esteem, both critical for lasting stability. Collaborative efforts with local businesses to create job openings ensure that individuals experiencing homelessness have the tools to rebuild their lives and thrive. Homelessness in Arizona is a multifaceted challenge that demands immediate and ongoing attention. By delving into its root causes, assessing the current landscape, understanding its profound impacts, and implementing holistic solutions, Arizona can take meaningful steps toward addressing this pressing issue. The road to ending homelessness is not without obstacles, but with unified efforts and compassionate policymaking, It is within reach. Through this Travel documentary, our aim is to shed light on these vital concerns, spark meaningful change, and motivate viewers to take action in their own communities. If this documentary resonated with you, we invite you to like the video, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe to our channel for more impactful stories. Together, we can create lasting change. Kensington. Have you ever wondered what truly lies beneath the surface of a community often misunderstood by the outside world? Today, we're exploring the heart of Kensington, Philadelphia, a neighborhood frequently associated with addiction, poverty, and hardship. Join us as we meet the locals who are making a difference and discover the hidden gems that make Kensington unique. If these stories resonate with you, give us a thumbs up, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe for more genuine journeys into the lives and places that shape our world. A real zombie land, Kensington, Philadelphia. Kensington, a neighborhood that has become synonymous with America's opioid crisis, is a place where addiction and poverty intersect, creating a harsh reality that most people would find unimaginable. Once a thriving industrial hub, Kensington now finds itself grappling with open-air drug markets, crumbling infrastructure, and a community desperately trying to hold on. What is life like for the people who live here? How do they manage to survive in the midst of such overwhelming challenges? In this travel documentary, we will walk you through the streets of Kensington, showing you the stark reality of addiction, the heartache of families struggling to make ends meet, and the resilience of a community that refuses to be broken. It's a journey into a part of America that many would rather ignore, but these stories deserve to be told. The people of Kensington are more than just statistics in a crisis. They are individuals with hopes, dreams, and a determination to rise above the hardships they face every day. Their voices must be heard, and their stories must be shared. Ever wanted to move to this wonderland, where you can catch Peter Pan flying high, or Tinkerbell's fairy dust is sold in public in every alley? Share your thoughts in the comments below. In the rise and fall of Kensington. In its heyday, Kensington was a powerhouse of industry, home to bustling textile mills and factories that provided stable jobs for its residents. During the mid-20th century, the neighborhood flourished, and the working-class families who lived there had a sense of pride and belonging. The streets were alive with the hum of factories, and there was a strong sense of community as neighbors worked side by side to build a better future for their families. However, the decline of American manufacturing in the 1950s and 1960s dealt a severe blow to Kensington's economy. Factories closed, jobs disappeared, and the area entered a prolonged period of economic decline. The lack of employment opportunities led to widespread poverty, and the once thriving community began to crumble. Homes fell into disrepair, businesses shuttered, and the vibrant neighborhood atmosphere slowly faded away. As the economic foundations of Kensington eroded, social issues began to take hold. The neighborhood saw an increase in crime, as well as the spread of drug use, which would come to define the area in the decades that followed. By the 1980s and 1990s, Kensington had become a hotbed for crack cocaine, and later, heroin. Today, the neighborhood is at the epicenter of America's opioid crisis, with fentanyl and other dangerous substances now prevalent on its streets. The decline of Kensington is a story of economic disinvestment, systemic neglect, and the resilience of a community that, despite all odds, continues to fight for survival. The opioid crisis, Kensington's struggle with addiction. The opioid crisis has had a devastating impact on Kensington, turning it into one of the most infamous open-air drug markets in the country. As you walk through the streets, it's impossible to ignore the individuals struggling with addiction, the makeshift encampments, and the sight of people using drugs in broad daylight. Kensington Avenue, in particular, has become synonymous with the opioid epidemic, where addiction is both visible and pervasive. The haunting scenes of people slumped on sidewalks or gathered under train tracks are a stark reminder of the human cost of this crisis. But what led Kensington to this point? The crisis can be traced back to the overprescription of opioid painkillers in the early 2000s. Pharmaceutical companies marketed these drugs as safe and non-addictive, leading doctors to prescribe them liberally. As access to prescription opioids became restricted, many turned to heroin and later fentanyl, which is far more potent and dangerous. The accessibility of these drugs and the economic struggles of the area created the perfect storm, leading to the situation we see today. The lack of adequate healthcare and mental health services compounded the problem, leaving many residents vulnerable to addiction. Efforts have been made by the city of Philadelphia to address the crisis. Initiatives like methadone treatment programs, needle exchange services, and the distribution of naloxone Narcan have saved lives, but these measures are often viewed as band-aids on a much larger wound. The root causes of addiction, poverty, lack of education, and mental health issues remain largely unaddressed, perpetuating the cycle of dependency and despair. Without meaningful intervention at the systemic level, the struggle continues for Kensington's residents, who are often left feeling abandoned and without hope. Life for ordinary residents struggling amidst the chaos. While much of the focus on Kensington revolves around the opioid crisis, there are thousands of people in the neighborhood who are not involved in drugs or crime. These ordinary residents face immense challenges as they try to lead normal lives in an environment that is anything but normal. They are the parents, workers, and children who wake up every day determined to make the best of a difficult situation, often with limited resources and support. The economic decline of Kensington has left many families living in poverty. Jobs are scarce, and those that are available often pay low wages, making it difficult for residents to support their families. Many residents work multiple jobs just to make ends meet, and even then, they struggle to provide for their children. The neighborhood's infrastructure has also suffered, with vacant buildings, abandoned lots, and a lack of basic services contributing to a sense of decay. Streets littered with trash and neglected properties serve as constant reminders of the challenges faced by the community. For families with children, Kensington presents unique difficulties. Schools in the area are underfunded and often struggle to provide a safe and supportive environment for students. Teachers are overworked, and resources are limited, making it hard to meet the needs of students who are already dealing with trauma at home. The prevalence of drugs and crime means that parents are constantly worried about the safety of their children, who are exposed to the harsh realities of addiction and violence from a young age. How do you raise a child in a place where danger seems to lurk around every corner? Parents do their best to shield their children from the chaos, but the lack of safe spaces and opportunities for positive activities makes it a constant battle. Yet, despite these challenges, there is a sense of resilience among Kensington's residents. Many community members are actively involved in efforts to improve their neighborhood. They organize cleanup events, provide support to those in need, and advocate for better services and opportunities. It is this spirit of determination that offers hope for Kensington's future. These residents refuse to be defined by the struggles they face and instead work tirelessly to create a better environment for their families. Their resilience is a testament to the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. The role of law enforcement, a complex relationship. Law enforcement has played a significant role in Kensington's battle with crime and addiction, but the relationship between the police and the community is complicated. The Philadelphia Police Department has conducted numerous raids and crackdowns aimed at dismantling drug operations in the area. Operations like the Kensington Initiative have sought to target major drug dealers and reduce the supply of narcotics in the neighborhood. These operations often make headlines, portraying a sense of action and urgency in dealing with the crisis. However, these efforts often have mixed results. While law enforcement may succeed in removing some drug dealers, the demand for drugs remains high and other dealers quickly take their place. The cycle continues, and the root problems that fuel the crisis are rarely addressed by law enforcement alone. Furthermore, heavy-handed tactics have sometimes led to tensions between the police and residents, many of whom feel targeted and harassed rather than protected. The presence of police can be a double-edged sword. While some see it as a necessary measure to maintain order, others view it as an ongoing source of fear and intimidation. Would a more compassionate approach yield better results? Many community advocates believe that a shift in focus towards treating addiction as a public health issue, rather than a criminal one, could pave the way for more meaningful change. Programs that emphasize harm reduction, provide treatment instead of punishment, and address the underlying causes of addiction could help break the cycle of substance abuse. The challenge lies in changing the narrative around addiction, seeing it not as a crime but as a health crisis that requires empathy, support, and long-term solutions. Community efforts and grassroots initiatives. One of the most inspiring aspects of Kensington is the grassroots efforts by community members and local organizations working to bring about positive change. These initiatives often operate with limited resources, but they are driven by a deep commitment to improving the lives of residents. It is in these grassroots efforts that the true spirit of Kensington shines through, a community that, despite its challenges, refuses to give up on itself. Non-profit organizations play a crucial role in Kensington, providing services such as food distribution, housing assistance, and addiction recovery programs. Local groups like Prevention Point offer needle exchange services and healthcare to those in need, while also working to connect individuals with treatment options. These organizations are often the only lifeline for people struggling with addiction, providing care and support when the broader system fails them. Their work is not just about reducing harm, it is about giving people hope and the opportunity to reclaim their lives. There are also efforts to create safe spaces for children and young people in Kensington. Community centers and after-school programs aim to provide a positive environment where kids can learn, play, and grow without the influence of drugs and violence. These programs are essential in giving the next generation a chance to break free from the cycle of poverty and addiction that has plagued the neighborhood for so long. Mentorship programs, youth sports teams, and arts initiatives all play a part in offering young people a sense of belonging and purpose. Local residents have also taken it upon themselves to improve their community through neighborhood cleanup events, creating community gardens, and advocating for better public services. These grassroots efforts, though small in scale, have a significant impact on the lives of residents. They foster a sense of community pride and ownership, reminding everyone that Kensington is worth fighting for. The people behind these initiatives are the true heroes of Kensington, working tirelessly to create a better future for their families and neighbors. Housing and infrastructure, the challenges of revitalization. Housing in Kensington is another major issue. The neighborhood has a large number of abandoned properties, many of which have become hotspots for drug use and crime. The low property values have trapped many homeowners who cannot sell their homes and move to safer areas. These abandoned buildings are not just eyesores, they are symbols of neglect and disinvestment, and they contribute to the overall sense of despair that hangs over the neighborhood. Revitalizing Kensington's housing market requires addressing both the physical state of the buildings and the social issues that have led to their decline. Efforts to renovate abandoned properties and build affordable housing are underway, but progress is slow. Developers are hesitant to invest in an area with such deep-rooted social problems, and residents are wary of gentrification, which could push out longtime community members who can no longer afford to live there. The fear is that, as the area becomes more desirable, the people who have fought to keep the neighborhood afloat will be priced out of their own community. How can Kensington be revitalized without losing the people who have called it home for generations? This is a question that weighs heavily on the minds of residents and advocates alike. The challenge is to create a revitalization plan that includes affordable housing, economic opportunities, and support for the existing community. Community land trusts, rent control policies, and incentives for developers to build affordable units are all potential solutions that could help ensure that revitalization benefits everyone, not just a select few. Infrastructure improvements are also crucial for the neighborhood's recovery. Streets and public spaces need to be cleaned up and made safe, not only to improve the quality of life for residents but also to attract businesses and investors. The presence of litter, discarded needles, and other signs of neglect sends a message that the community is abandoned, but small changes can make a big difference in restoring hope. Lighting improvements, green spaces, and public art projects can all help to transform the neighborhood into a place where people feel safe and proud to live. Safe injection sites, a controversial solution. One of the most debated solutions to Kensington's drug crisis is the idea of opening safe injection sites, places where individuals can use drugs under medical supervision, reducing the risk of overdose and providing a pathway to treatment. Opponents argue that these sites could save lives, reduce the burden on emergency services, and provide a gateway to addiction treatment. They see it as a practical solution to an urgent public health crisis, one that prioritizes saving lives over moral judgments about drug use. However, the proposal has faced significant opposition, both from residents who fear it will attract more drug users to the area and from those who believe it sends the wrong message about drug use. Critics argue that such sites could enable addiction rather than help individuals recover. The fear of increasing drug-related activity in an already struggling neighborhood has led to heated debates, with strong opinions on both sides. How do we balance the need to save lives with the need to protect and uplift the community as a whole? While the debate continues, what is clear is that innovative solutions are needed to address the complex issues facing Kensington. Traditional law enforcement tactics alone have proven insufficient, and new approaches that prioritize harm reduction and healthcare may offer a way forward. Safe injection sites are not a perfect solution, but they could be part of a broader strategy that includes increased access to treatment, mental health services, and support for those in recovery. The ultimate goal is not just to reduce harm, but to help people regain control of their lives and find a way out of addiction. A glimpse of hope, success stories, and resilience. Amidst the challenges, there are glimmers of hope in Kensington. Some individuals have managed to overcome addiction, rebuild their lives, and even contribute to the community's efforts to recover. These success stories are a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of support networks in helping people turn their lives around. They are reminders that even in the darkest times, change is possible with the right support and determination. Community gardens have sprung up in some of the abandoned lots, providing not only fresh produce but also a sense of purpose and connection for residents. These spaces are more than just gardens, they are symbols of hope and renewal, showing that even in the most challenging circumstances, growth and beauty are possible. Neighbors come together to plant, nurture, and harvest, creating bonds that strengthen the fabric of the community. The gardens are places of peace and respite, where people can come to escape the harsh realities of their daily lives. Local businesses, though few, are also part of Kensington's recovery. Entrepreneurs who believe in the neighborhood's potential have opened cafes, shops, and small enterprises, providing jobs and creating a sense of normalcy. These businesses face numerous challenges, from crime to a lack of foot traffic, but their presence is a sign that Kensington is not beyond saving. The owners of these businesses are not just trying to make a profit, they are investing in the future of their community, providing a sense of stability and hope for the people who live there. These success stories, while still relatively few, show that Kensington is capable of change. They prove that with support, opportunity, and a belief in the potential for a better future, individuals and communities can overcome even the most daunting obstacles. It is this resilience that offers hope for Kensington's future, a resilience that cannot be extinguished, no matter how dire the circumstances may seem. The future of Kensington, challenges and opportunities. The future of Kensington is uncertain, but there are reasons to be hopeful. The neighborhood's challenges are immense, and the path to recovery will not be easy. It will require a coordinated effort from law enforcement, healthcare providers, social services, and, most importantly, the residents themselves. Kensington's recovery will depend on the community's ability to come together, demand change, and work towards a common goal of creating a safe, healthy environment for all who live there. One potential avenue for change is increased investment in education and job training. By providing young people with the skills they need to succeed, Kensington can break the cycle of poverty and give the next generation a chance at a better life. Programs that focus on vocational training, mentorship, and support for small businesses could create new opportunities and help rebuild the neighborhood's economy. Education is a powerful tool for change, and by empowering young people with the knowledge and skills they need, Kensington can create a foundation for a more prosperous future. Another key factor will be addressing the mental health needs of Kensington's residents. Many individuals struggling with addiction are also dealing with untreated mental health issues, which often contribute to their substance use. Expanding access to mental health care, particularly in underserved communities like Kensington, is essential for breaking the cycle of addiction and helping people regain control of their lives. Mental health services must be integrated into addiction treatment programs, providing a holistic approach that addresses the underlying causes of substance use. Finally, the resilience of Kensington's community cannot be underestimated. The people who live here have faced incredible adversity, yet they continue to fight for their neighborhood and for each other. It is this spirit of resilience that offers the greatest hope for Kensington's future. The community's determination to create positive change, despite the many obstacles in their way, is a powerful force that cannot be ignored. Kensington is a neighborhood worth fighting for, and with the right support, it can become a place of hope and opportunity once again. Conclusion: a neighborhood worth fighting for. Kensington, Philadelphia, is a place that has been defined by its struggles, but it is also a community that refuses to be defined by its failures. The opioid crisis, economic decline, and social issues that have plagued the neighborhood are daunting, but they are not insurmountable. With the right combination of compassion, investment, and community-driven initiatives, Kensington has the potential to turn a corner and become a place of hope and opportunity once again. This travel documentary aims to shed light on the real stories of Kensington, the stories of hardship, but also of resilience and hope. It is a reminder that behind every crisis are people who deserve to be seen, heard, and supported. The people of Kensington are not just statistics, they are mothers, fathers, children, and neighbors who dream of a better future. They deserve our attention, our empathy, and our commitment to helping them create the community they envision. If you've made it this far, we'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you think are the most effective ways to help communities like Kensington recover? Leave a comment below Like this video if it resonated with you, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel, Travel Documentary, for more in-depth explorations of real places and real people. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Welcome back to another thought-provoking episode of our travel documentary series, where we journey into the heart of the world's most iconic cities and uncover their hidden stories. Today, we take you to Las Vegas, famous for its dazzling neon lights, world-class casinos, and the irresistible pull of non-stop entertainment. But beyond the glitzy surface lies a side of the city that few ever see. While millions flock to experience the excitement of Sin City, not everyone walks away with a fortune. Behind the luxury resorts and the vibrant nightlife, there's a darker reality of hardship and struggle. Thousands live in the shadows of this glittering city, many trapped in the harsh reality of homelessness. Join us as we shine a light on this often overlooked side of Las Vegas, where those who have lost everything fight to survive in a city built on dreams. Before we dive deeper, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to our channel Travel Documentary. If you're enjoying our series, make sure to hit the notification bell so you won't miss our latest videos that reveal the hidden sides of cities across the globe. The city of contrasts. Las Vegas, known as the entertainment capital of the world, is a city where extremes meet. On one side, you have a glittering world of luxury resorts, gourmet dining, and top-tier performances. On the other, a much grimmer reality unfolds just blocks away from the famous Strip, a homelessness crisis that continues to worsen. While visitors indulge in the high-end lifestyle the city promises, many locals are caught in a constant struggle to meet basic needs. According to recent government reports, nearly 8,000 people are currently homeless in Las Vegas, with the number climbing each year. In fact, in just a single year, the homeless population saw an alarming 20% increase. This sharp rise in homelessness raises an important question: what drives so many people to risk everything in a city that's notorious for quickly consuming fortunes? For many, it's the magnetic pull of the American dream, a belief that in Vegas anything is possible. But what happens when that dream falls apart? The bright lights of Vegas often hide the city's deep-rooted issues, and those who arrive with hope sometimes end up with nothing left to lose. Las Vegas is a city of glaring contrasts, where luxury exists alongside despair, and where the line between success and failure can be incredibly thin. With skyrocketing housing costs, increasing unemployment, and support systems stretched to the limit, many residents find themselves pushed to the edges of society. In Vegas, the stakes aren't just financial, they're often life-altering. Mental health and addiction. Las Vegas is famous for being a place where you can take risks, live on the edge, and indulge in your wildest desires. But for many, those risks lead to devastating consequences. Mental health issues and addiction play a significant role in the city's growing homelessness crisis. It's estimated that nearly 2/3 of Las Vegas's homeless population suffers from mental health challenges or substance abuse. In fact, recent studies indicate that approximately 68% of homeless individuals in Las Vegas are battling some form of mental illness, while around 55% struggle with addiction. For these individuals, the road to recovery is often blocked by a lack of resources, stigma, and the relentless pressures of survival on the streets. What would you do if you were battling mental illness and homelessness at the same time? For many in Las Vegas, this is their everyday reality. Conditions like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and PTSD are common among the homeless, and without proper treatment, these issues make it nearly impossible to hold a job or maintain stable housing. Instead, they become trapped in a vicious cycle. Untreated mental health problems lead to addiction, and addiction pushes them deeper into homelessness. This issue deserves to be criticized and vehemently opposed, as it goes against the democratic rights of these homeless people. Moreover, recent data shows that only about 30% of those in need receive adequate mental health services, highlighting a critical gap in support systems. For some, these struggles begin with childhood trauma or abuse. Others develop mental health issues due to the trauma they endure while living on the streets. Substance abuse becomes a common coping mechanism for the emotional pain they experience, but it only worsens their situation, creating a downward spiral that's hard to escape without help. Additionally, the economic strain of Las Vegas, with its high cost of living and limited affordable housing options, exacerbates the problem. Statistics reveal that homelessness in Las Vegas has increased by 15% over the past 5 years, with mental health and addiction being primary contributing factors. Addressing these intertwined issues requires comprehensive strategies that include increased funding for mental health services, addiction treatment programs, and affordable housing initiatives to break the cycle and support those in need. The housing crisis. A major contributor to Las Vegas's homelessness crisis is its critical shortage of affordable housing. Did you know that for every 100 low-income renters, there are only 14 affordable housing units available? This staggering gap in a city that prides itself on offering endless opportunities leaves many residents vulnerable. As a result, thousands of people are forced to spend over 30% of their income on rent, leaving them one small setback away from losing everything. A sudden illness, a job loss, or even a car breakdown can push families into homelessness. In recent years, housing costs in Las Vegas have soared, far outpacing wage growth. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment now exceeds $1,200 per month. For workers in the hospitality and service industries, the backbone of the city's economy, this is simply unaffordable. Many of these workers live paycheck to paycheck, perpetually on the brink of financial collapse. So, here's a thought. How can a city that generates billions in tourism revenue fail to provide affordable housing for its residents? The answer lies in the sharp divide between those who profit from the booming tourism industry and those who are left struggling in its shadow. As more luxury hotels, casinos, and high-end developments rise, affordable housing options continue to vanish, pushing low-income residents further into poverty. The impact of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic had far-reaching effects across the globe, but few places were hit as hard as Las Vegas. The city's dependence on tourism and entertainment meant that when travel halted, thousands of jobs disappeared overnight. The hospitality and service industries, which provide jobs for a large portion of Las Vegas residents, were decimated. The economic fallout pushed many families, already living paycheck to paycheck, to the brink of homelessness. Although eviction moratoriums provided temporary relief during the height of the pandemic, the end of these protections caused a sharp increase in homelessness. With the end of federal unemployment benefits and rental assistance programs, many individuals and families were left without a safety net, resulting in a surge in people losing their homes. As a result, Las Vegas is now facing the long-term effects of the pandemic, with homelessness becoming an even more pressing issue. The mental health impact of COVID-19 also took its toll. Isolation, uncertainty, and financial strain exacerbated existing mental health issues for many residents. Substance abuse rates soared, and access to mental health services became even more limited due to overburdened healthcare systems. Many people who were on the edge before the pandemic now find themselves living on the streets, their lives altered irreparably by the crisis. A harsh reality, life on the streets. Surviving on the streets of Las Vegas presents unique challenges. The city's desert climate can be unforgiving. Summer temperatures regularly exceed 110 deg 443 deg C, turning the streets into a blistering furnace. Without access to proper shelter, water, or shade, homeless individuals face constant threats of heat stroke, dehydration, and even death. Surviving in the summer is a daily struggle. Winter brings a different set of challenges. Though the days may remain warm, temperatures can plummet at night, often reaching freezing levels. For those sleeping outdoors, this can be life-threatening. Without proper clothing or shelter, many homeless individuals succumb to the cold, unable to survive the sharp temperature shifts. In downtown Las Vegas, near shelters like Catholic Charities, groups of homeless people gather daily, hoping to secure a bed in an emergency shelter. However, shelter availability is limited, and many are turned away when the shelter reaches capacity. For those unable to secure a bed, the streets become their home for the night, leaving them exposed to both the elements and the dangers of street life. The mole people of Las Vegas. One of the most surprising aspects of Las Vegas's homelessness crisis is the existence of the so-called mole people. These individuals have taken refuge in the flood control tunnels beneath the city. Originally built to manage flash floods, these tunnels stretch for miles beneath the streets of Las Vegas. For around 1,500 people, these tunnels offer a temporary escape from the dangers above ground. But life in the tunnels is far from safe. Flash floods can strike with little warning, quickly filling the tunnels with water. For those caught in these floods, the result can be fatal. Beyond the risk of floods, the tunnels are unsanitary and lacking in basic resources like clean water and ventilation, creating conditions that are ripe for disease. These infections spread rapidly in these cramped, unhygienic spaces, and the lack of medical care means even minor health issues can become life-threatening. Despite these risks, many of the mole people prefer the relative isolation of the tunnels to life above ground, where they face constant police raids, violence, and competition for scarce resources. Charities like Shine a Light are working to support tunnel residents, offering medical care, supplies, and pathways out of the tunnels. But for many, these tunnels are the only place they feel even a semblance of safety. stigma and society's perception. A significant challenge in addressing homelessness is the stigma attached to it. Society often views the homeless as a problem to be solved or a burden without truly understanding the complex issues that lead someone to lose their home. This stigma makes it even harder for homeless individuals to break free from their situation, as they are often seen as undeserving of help or opportunity. Public perception is a major factor in how the homeless are treated. Many people believe that homelessness is simply the result of poor life choices, overlooking systemic issues like the lack of affordable housing, inadequate mental health care, and job opportunities. This negative perception often leads to discrimination and exclusion, making it harder for the homeless to find work, secure housing, or even receive medical care. For those living in shelters or on the streets, this stigma can feel overwhelming. Many face judgment not only from the general public but also from government agencies, making it harder for them to access the support they need. As a result, some homeless individuals choose to hide their plight, fearing further alienation and rejection. Struggling for survival, daily life. For the homeless in Las Vegas, survival is an ongoing battle. With limited resources at their disposal, many are forced to turn to panhandling, collecting recyclables, or taking on odd jobs just to get by. However, these attempts at survival often put them at risk of exploitation and harm. Unscrupulous individuals prey on their vulnerability, offering dangerous or illegal work for little pay, or sometimes no pay at all. Violence is another persistent threat they face on the streets. Homeless people are frequently targeted by criminals who see them as easy targets, while many endure physical abuse, theft, or even worse. Women, in particular, are highly susceptible to human trafficking and sexual exploitation. With nowhere to find safety, many homeless individuals live in constant fear, never knowing when they may become the next victim of violence. For those battling addiction, the daily fight for survival becomes even more overwhelming. Substance abuse only adds to the already immense difficulties of living on the streets, as addiction drains their time, money, and energy. In many instances, addiction is the only brief escape from the harsh reality of their lives, despite the fact that it ultimately worsens their situation. So, what can be done to address the growing homelessness crisis in Las Vegas? While both the government and nonprofits are playing essential roles, individuals can also make a difference. Whether by donating to shelters, volunteering at food banks, or simply educating others about the realities of homelessness, every small action counts. Now, let's take a look at the other states with the highest rates of homelessness in the U.S. Healthcare, an ongoing crisis. Access to healthcare is a critical issue for the homeless population in Las Vegas. Without stable housing or health insurance, many are left to rely on emergency rooms as their primary healthcare option. Surveys show that over 40% of homeless individuals in the area use emergency rooms as their main source of medical care. This situation puts enormous pressure on the healthcare system, increasing costs for taxpayers and limiting resources for other individuals in need. Chronic health problems like tuberculosis, respiratory infections, and skin conditions are widespread among the homeless due to the unsanitary living conditions in the streets and underground tunnels. Additionally, untreated mental health disorders such as schizophrenia and bipolar disorder often spiral out of control, leaving individuals unable to care for themselves or make informed decisions regarding their health. Without access to preventive care, minor health issues often develop into life-threatening crises. A simple infection can escalate into a deadly condition if left untreated for weeks or months. While the expansion of Medicaid in Nevada has provided some homeless individuals with access to health care, it has not been sufficient to address the full extent of the problem. A glimpse of hope, charitable efforts. Despite the overwhelming challenges posed by homelessness in Las Vegas, several organizations and community groups are dedicated to making a positive impact. Nonprofits like Nevada Homeless Alliance and Help Hope Home work tirelessly to provide essential resources for homeless individuals trying to get back on their feet. From food banks to recovery programs, these organizations serve as a lifeline for many who would otherwise have no support. One of the most impactful efforts is the work of Shine a Light, a charity focused on the Mole people living in the flood control tunnels beneath the city. Their outreach teams regularly visit these tunnels, offering medical care, supplies, and pathways to addiction recovery and housing. For those living underground, this support can be a life-changing intervention, offering a glimmer of hope in an otherwise bleak situation. The Courtyard Homeless Resource Center is another crucial organization providing integrated services like temporary housing, medical care, and job training. However, these efforts are often constrained by funding and shelter capacity. While many are working tirelessly to solve the problem, the scale of homelessness in Las Vegas requires a broader, systemic approach to create real change. Community impact. Homelessness doesn't only affect those living on the streets, it impacts the entire community. In a city like Las Vegas, where tourism is a major economic driver, the presence of large homeless encampments creates tension between tourists, residents, and the homeless. Public spaces such as parks, sidewalks, and plazas are often occupied by homeless individuals seeking shelter or food, leading to complaints from both visitors and locals. The visibility of homelessness also tarnishes the city's image, especially among tourists. Visitors coming to Las Vegas for a fun, carefree vacation may be shocked to encounter people living in severe poverty just blocks away from the famous Strip. This stark contrast between luxury and despair is hard to ignore and raises uncomfortable questions about the city's priorities when it comes to addressing social issues. Crime and disorder are also common in areas with concentrated homelessness. With limited access to services and support, many homeless individuals turn to petty crimes or survival tactics that disturb public order. This creates a cycle where increased policing is seen as the solution, but without addressing the root causes, the problem continues to persist. Number 5. Los Angeles. Los Angeles holds the second spot in the U.S. for its homeless population, with approximately 71,320 people living without permanent housing as of September 2024. The city's homelessness crisis is especially visible in areas like Skid Row, which has become the epicenter for thousands of people living on the streets. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Los Angeles is $2,800 per month, while the median home price hovers around $900,000. For many working-class residents, these prices are simply unattainable, and even full-time employment no longer guarantees affordable housing. Crime is another factor, as many homeless individuals find themselves living in unsafe conditions where their security is constantly at risk. Despite billions of dollars being invested in efforts to combat homelessness, Los Angeles continues to face a deficit of over 500,000 affordable housing units. Women, in particular, are vulnerable, often experiencing heightened risks of violence and exploitation due to the lack of secure housing. The city's homelessness crisis reflects broader systemic issues, including rising living costs and inadequate support systems. Los Angeles has expanded emergency shelters, built supportive housing units, and increased funding for mental health services, but these efforts have not kept pace with the growing demand. The rising number of individuals experiencing homelessness has overwhelmed the shelter system, leaving many without access to even temporary housing. To make meaningful progress, Los Angeles must prioritize the construction of long-term affordable housing and provide the necessary wraparound services to help people regain stability. Number 4. Seattle. Seattle comes in at number 3, with roughly 14,444 people experiencing homelessness as of September 2024. As a hub for tech giants like Amazon and Microsoft, Seattle boasts one of the most prosperous economies in the country. However, the wealth generated by the tech industry has also driven housing prices to levels that are out of reach for many residents. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is now $2,600 per month, and the median home price has risen to $875,000. These high costs make it impossible for many individuals, even those with full-time jobs, to secure stable housing. Seattle's public response to homelessness has included actions like encampment sweeps, which displace people without providing lasting solutions. Mental health and addiction are major factors contributing to homelessness in Seattle. Around 35% of the homeless population struggles with mental health issues, and many lack access to adequate treatment. Women, especially those who have survived abuse or are single mothers, are disproportionately affected. They face additional barriers in accessing safe shelter, childcare, and stable employment. Seattle has allocated over $200 million toward homelessness services, but the demand for affordable housing continues to grow. The city needs at least 35,000 additional affordable units to effectively address the crisis. Seattle's challenge lies in developing long-term strategies that ensure all residents have equitable access to housing. This includes not only increasing the supply of affordable housing, but also providing comprehensive support services, such as job training, healthcare, and mental health programs. Number 3. San Diego. San Diego is ranked 4th in the U.S. for its homeless population, with approximately 10,264 people living without permanent housing as of September 2024. The city's astronomical living costs are a significant driver of homelessness. The median home price is around $900,000, and the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment exceeds $2,500 per month, making it nearly impossible for many residents to afford housing. San Diego's response to homelessness often involves city sweeps, displacing homeless individuals without addressing the underlying causes of their situation. Women and families are particularly hard hit, often living in temporary shelters or even their cars, searching for safety and stability. The lack of affordable housing units in San Diego is compounded by a shortage of social services and support for individuals facing mental health challenges or substance abuse issues. While the city has made efforts to invest in affordable housing, there is still a gap of at least 15,000 affordable units. To truly address this crisis, the city needs permanent solutions, such as expanding mental health services and increasing low-income housing options. San Diego has also seen a rise in homelessness among veterans, who represent a significant portion of the homeless population. Despite efforts to provide housing assistance to veterans, many still struggle to find stable housing due to limited resources and the high cost of living. Tackling homelessness in San Diego requires a holistic approach, including affordable housing, expanded mental health services, and tailored support for vulnerable groups like veterans. Number 2. Denver. Denver ranks 5th, with an estimated 10,054 individuals experiencing homelessness as of September 2024. The escalating cost of housing is a major contributor to the city's growing homelessness issue. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment now sits at $2,100 per month, and the median home price has surpassed $570,000, making homeownership unattainable for many residents. Entire families are struggling to secure stable shelter, and the number of visible homeless encampments continues to rise across the city. Women, especially single mothers, face unique challenges in this crisis. Without stable housing, they are more vulnerable to violence and find it difficult to maintain steady employment or care for their children. Denver has invested millions of dollars in affordable housing projects, but the gap between the available supply and growing demand remains substantial. The city needs at least 70,000 additional affordable housing units to meet current needs. Without further investment and thoughtful planning, the homelessness crisis in Denver is likely to worsen. The city has also focused on expanding mental health and addiction services, understanding that many individuals facing homelessness are dealing with underlying health issues. Unfortunately, these services are often stretched thin, and many people seeking help face long waiting times or no access at all. Denver's approach must encompass not only housing but also comprehensive support systems that prioritize the health and well-being of those without homes. Number 1. New York City. New York City holds the unfortunate title of having the largest homeless population in the United States, with more than 88,000 people experiencing homelessness as of September 2024. While the city is known for its wealth and status as a global financial center, it is also home to tens of thousands of people struggling to find even the most basic shelter. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in New York City has reached $4,000 per month, and the median home price exceeds $1 million. Recently, the city has seen an influx of nearly 100,000 migrants, which has placed an additional strain on its already overstretched shelter system. Many shelters are full, forcing thousands to sleep on the streets, in subway stations, or in makeshift camps. Women are particularly affected by the lack of safe spaces, facing increased risks of violence and instability. Although the city has made efforts to expand shelters and build affordable housing, the demand continues to outstrip available resources. The homelessness crisis in New York highlights broader social and economic inequalities. The real challenge lies in creating a system that guarantees access to safe and affordable housing for everyone. While New York City has implemented several programs aimed at providing temporary housing, these efforts are insufficient given the overwhelming demand. The city has also faced criticism for its lack of coordination between agencies and insufficient funding for mental health services. To truly address the crisis, New York must focus on building permanent affordable housing and ensuring that support services are accessible to all those in need. Thank you for joining us in this exploration of the homelessness crisis in the U.S. from a travel documentary perspective. The stories we've shared are more than just numbers. They represent real people, many of them women, who deserve dignity, safety, and the chance to rebuild their lives. If this video resonated with you, please leave a comment with your thoughts, and subscribe for more travel documentaries that shine a light on important global issues. Together, we can spread awareness and drive meaningful change. United States. Beneath the towering peaks of Colorado's Rockies and the sprawling deserts of Arizona, a different reality unfolds. In bustling cities where dreams are supposed to take flight, countless individuals find themselves grounded by poverty and homelessness. Once hailed as the land where anyone can rise, America now grapples with stark inequalities that overshadow its promise. In forgotten towns and overlooked neighborhoods across 10 states, the struggle for a better life becomes a daily battle for survival rather than a pursuit of prosperity. Imagine waking up each morning not to opportunities but to uncertainty. Families face the harshness of inadequate support systems, while communities wrestle with the failure of institutions meant to provide stability. These states, rich in natural beauty and cultural landmarks, conceal the silent hardships of their residents, painting a complex portrait of a nation at a crossroads. As the American dream slips further out of reach for many, questions arise: what led to this widening gap? How did hope transform into hardship? Join us on a journey through the heart of America's most challenged states, where we peel back the layers to reveal the true stories of resilience and despair. As we navigate these landscapes, we confront the pressing question: is the American dream fading, or can it be rekindled amidst the shadows? Las Vegas, Nevada, the mirage of prosperity. Las Vegas is often associated with bright lights, luxury casinos, and endless entertainment options. But beneath the glitz and glamour lies a far less glamorous reality. The city, which relies heavily on the tourism and entertainment industries, has seen a rapid rise in poverty and homelessness in recent years. The booming tourism industry brings in millions of dollars every year, but the wages paid to workers in these sectors are often too low to support a decent standard of living. Las Vegas has a poverty rate of about 14.6%. Which is higher than the national average. As a result, many residents are left struggling to make ends meet, living paycheck to paycheck in a city that is often portrayed as a land of opportunity. Homelessness has skyrocketed in recent years, with more than 18,000 people living without stable housing in the greater Las Vegas area as of 2022. The city's lack of affordable housing and the over-reliance on low-wage service jobs have contributed to this crisis. Many workers in the hospitality industry, from hotel staff to casino employees, are unable to find housing they can afford, despite working long hours in one of the world's most profitable cities. The constant influx of tourists and the high demand for real estate have driven up rental prices, making it even harder for locals to find a place to live. In addition, Las Vegas faces a severe shortage of mental health services and social support systems for its homeless population. The city's rapid growth has not been accompanied by the development of sufficient infrastructure to support those in need. Without more affordable housing and better access to mental health and addiction services, the situation in Las Vegas could continue to worsen. Is Las Vegas really a land of opportunity, or is it simply a mirage for those struggling to survive in the shadow of its flashy casinos and resorts? Baltimore, Maryland, the struggles of a major city. Baltimore, once a booming hub for manufacturing and trade, is now a city in crisis. With a population of nearly 600,000, the city has seen its fair share of challenges over the years. A significant issue is its staggering poverty rate, with more than 26% of the population living below the federal poverty line. The city has struggled to adapt to a post-industrial economy, and the lack of job opportunities has left many people in a cycle of poverty, with little hope for upward mobility. Baltimore's homelessness problem is equally troubling. As of 2022, more than 9,000 people in the city were living without stable housing. The city's once vibrant neighborhoods are now filled with abandoned buildings and empty storefronts. The gap between the wealthy and the poor has widened, leaving entire communities disconnected from the economic recovery that has helped other parts of the nation thrive. Despite significant efforts from local organizations and government initiatives, the problem of homelessness continues to grow. The absence of affordable housing and social services that could help people transition out of homelessness only perpetuates the issue. With the local economy struggling to create new job opportunities, many residents are left with few choices but to live on the streets or in temporary shelters. How did Baltimore, a city once filled with promise, become a poster child for urban decay and economic collapse? Can it find a way to recover, or will it continue to spiral into deeper poverty and homelessness? Louisiana, a state struggling to rebuild after disasters. Louisiana, often associated with its vibrant culture, delicious cuisine, and Mardi Gras celebrations, has faced one setback after another. The state's vulnerability to natural disasters, particularly hurricanes, has left it grappling with the devastating aftermath of events like Hurricane Katrina in 2005 and Hurricane Ida in 2021. However, the state's issues run deeper than just the physical devastation caused by these storms. Louisiana is plagued by widespread poverty, unemployment, and inadequate infrastructure, which have made it increasingly difficult for the state to recover. The state of Louisiana has one of the highest poverty rates in the U.S., with nearly 20% of the population living below the poverty line. The Gulf Coast region, where much of the state's oil and gas industries are located, faces not only the threat of environmental degradation, but also an economic downturn. Louisiana's rural communities are particularly hard hit, with limited access to education, healthcare, and job opportunities. This rural isolation has created a sense of neglect and abandonment in many parts of the state. The homelessness crisis in Louisiana is growing, particularly in New Orleans. The city has long been known for its struggles with homelessness, and after Hurricane Katrina, the situation became even more dire. Although the city has made strides in rebuilding, affordable housing remains in short supply, and many residents are still living in unstable conditions, even years after the storm. Rising rents and low wages have led to a significant increase in the number of people living in shelters or on the streets. What can be done to address Louisiana's mounting problems? Will the state be able to recover from its ongoing cycle of disaster and poverty, or is the situation too far gone to reverse? Kentucky, struggling with poverty and addiction. Kentucky, known for its bourbon, bluegrass music, and beautiful Appalachian landscapes, is another state that has been deeply affected by economic decline, poverty, and addiction. Kentucky's rural areas have long been neglected, and many parts of the state have been hit hard by the decline of traditional industries like coal mining and manufacturing. The state has one of the highest poverty rates in the country, with nearly 17% of its population living below the federal poverty line. The opioid crisis has worsened the situation, particularly in rural communities where healthcare resources are limited, and addiction has taken a devastating toll on families. In addition, Kentucky faces a severe shortage of affordable housing, particularly in its rural counties. With few jobs available and wages stagnating, many residents are unable to find stable housing. The rise in homelessness has been particularly noticeable in areas like Louisville, where the city has seen a dramatic increase in the number of people living on the streets. Despite efforts from local governments and organizations, Kentucky continues to face a bleak future without significant investments in education, healthcare, and economic development. Will Kentucky be able to break free from the cycle of poverty, addiction, and homelessness, or is it doomed to continue its downward spiral? Alaska, the last frontier struggle. Alaska, often seen as a pristine wilderness filled with towering glaciers and abundant wildlife, hides a harsher reality beneath its natural beauty. Despite its breathtaking landscapes, Alaska is one of the states with the most significant economic challenges. The state's economy has traditionally relied on industries like fishing, oil, and natural resources, but these sectors have been in decline for years. One of the biggest issues facing Alaska today is its dwindling population. In 2021, Alaska saw a population drop for the fourth consecutive year, with many residents fleeing the state in search of better economic opportunities. The lack of diversification in the job market makes it challenging for people to find stable, well-paying employment outside of oil drilling and fishing. But perhaps the most pressing issue in Alaska is its homelessness crisis. While it may not be as visible as in some of the major cities on the mainland, homelessness is growing at an alarming rate. The cold, unforgiving winters make it difficult for individuals to survive on the streets, leading to a higher mortality rate among the homeless population. The state's high cost of living, particularly in remote areas, further exacerbates the problem. Many Alaskans are forced to live in unsafe, overcrowded conditions because affordable housing options are scarce. In addition, Alaska's limited healthcare options and high rates of addiction and mental health issues contribute to its social instability. Can the state find a way to address its unique economic and social challenges before it's too late? Or will Alaska continue to face the risk of collapse in the years to come? Michigan, the struggle of the Motor City and beyond. Once the heart of America's automotive industry, Michigan's economic decline has been a direct result of the collapse of manufacturing jobs. Detroit, in particular, is infamous for its bankruptcy in 2013, the largest municipal bankruptcy in U.S. history. But the problems plaguing Michigan extend far beyond Detroit. The state has faced a prolonged economic recession, largely due to the erosion of its manufacturing base, and the poverty rate in Michigan has consistently remained above the national average for years. Detroit's challenges are emblematic of the state's broader struggles. The city, which was once a thriving metropolis, now has a population of just over 670,000, down from a peak of 1.8 million in the 1950s. Economic disinvestment, poor governance, and crime have made the city a poster child for urban decay. Large swaths of the city are empty, with abandoned homes and businesses lining the streets, and Detroit's poverty rate hovers around 30%, one of the highest in the nation. Homelessness is another serious issue facing Michigan. While Detroit leads the state in homelessness, Other cities like Flint, Grand Rapids, and Lansing also face significant housing challenges. The state has high rates of foreclosure, which has exacerbated the homelessness crisis. More people are living on the streets and in shelters, and those who do have housing often find themselves struggling to pay rent due to low wages, especially in urban areas where the cost of living is rising while job opportunities stagnate. The state has attempted to pivot to new industries like technology and clean energy, but this shift has not yet provided enough high-paying jobs to compensate for the millions of manufacturing jobs lost. Michigan is also grappling with systemic issues like failing schools, inadequate healthcare, and income inequality. Can the state reinvent itself in a post-manufacturing world, or is Michigan doomed to continue its long slide into poverty and homelessness? Hawaii, paradise at a cost. At first glance, Hawaii might seem like the ultimate paradise: pristine beaches, lush tropical rainforests, and beautiful volcanic landscapes. However, for many of its residents, Hawaii has become a difficult place to live, thanks to soaring living costs and an ever-growing homelessness crisis. Hawaii consistently ranks as one of the most expensive states in the nation, with prices for housing, groceries, and other essentials skyrocketing. The high cost of living, combined with stagnant wages, makes it nearly impossible for many residents to make ends meet. In fact, Hawaii has the highest rate of homelessness per capita in the United States, with thousands of people living in tents, on beaches, and in makeshift shelters. Many of those affected are local residents who simply cannot afford the high cost of rent, particularly in popular cities like Honolulu. The lack of affordable housing options and the dominance of the tourism industry, which often drives up prices, only makes matters worse. The state's reliance on tourism as its primary economic driver means that many workers are employed in low-wage jobs that do not provide a livable income. Those in lower-paying service industries often find themselves living paycheck to paycheck, with little to no savings to fall back on. As a result, Hawaii's homeless population is not limited to the chronically homeless or those with mental health issues. It includes many working-class residents who simply can't afford to live in one of the most beautiful places on Earth. What will it take for Hawaii to solve its homelessness crisis? Can the state find a way to balance its tourism-driven economy with the needs of its residents? Or will it continue to see its most vulnerable population pushed further into despair? Mississippi, America's poverty capital. Mississippi consistently ranks as one of the poorest states in the U.S., with over 20% of the population living below the poverty line. The state's economy is heavily reliant on agriculture, but as the global economy has shifted, Mississippi has struggled to diversify its industries and create new opportunities for growth. In fact, Mississippi has one of the lowest median household incomes in the nation, and its educational system is frequently ranked as one of the worst in the country. The state's poverty rate is compounded by its ongoing struggles with healthcare. Mississippi has the highest rate of uninsured residents in the nation, and the state's rural areas often lack access to basic medical services. As a result, preventable health issues such as heart disease, diabetes, and obesity are widespread. High unemployment, poor healthcare, and poor education combine to create a cycle of generational poverty that is difficult to escape. Homelessness is an issue in Mississippi as well, though it often goes unnoticed. Cities like Jackson and Biloxi have seen rising homelessness rates, despite a lack of visible homeless encampments in many areas. Many people in Mississippi are forced into temporary housing or live with relatives, as they struggle to pay rising rent prices on their own. There are simply not enough affordable housing options in the state, and as a result, many residents are living on the edge of instability, unable to escape the grip of poverty. What steps can Mississippi take to break free from this cycle? Can the state find a way to diversify its economy, improve its education system, and provide its residents with better health care? or is it doomed to remain trapped in poverty? West Virginia, a state gripped by economic decline. West Virginia, once a hub for coal mining, has faced a severe economic decline as the coal industry has waned in recent decades. The state has seen an outflow of jobs, particularly in the coal sector, and has not yet been able to adapt to a post-coal economy. As a result, West Virginia suffers from some of the highest unemployment rates in the country, along with widespread poverty and a lack of economic mobility. The state's economic decline is compounded by the opioid crisis, which has devastated many communities. West Virginia has one of the highest overdose death rates in the country, and this epidemic has left many families in disarray. The lack of mental health services, combined with high unemployment, has created a desperate situation for many West Virginians. In addition to economic struggles, West Virginia faces significant infrastructure issues. Many rural areas of the state lack reliable roads, access to healthcare, and good schools, which has made it difficult for these areas to attract investment or businesses. Homelessness is not as visible in West Virginia as in larger cities, but it is nonetheless a growing problem. Many people who lose their homes due to economic hardship or substance abuse are left to fend for themselves in makeshift shelters or on the streets. Can West Virginia recover from its economic collapse, or will it continue to struggle with poverty, unemployment, and the opioid crisis for years to come? Pennsylvania, the Rust Belt's decline. Once a thriving industrial powerhouse, Pennsylvania is now dealing with the aftermath of deindustrialization and the loss of manufacturing jobs. Cities like Pittsburgh and Philadelphia were once bustling with factories and mills, but many of those industries have long since shut down. As a result, Pennsylvania's economy has shifted away from manufacturing and towards service and technology sectors, but not everyone has been able to make that transition. Many areas in Pennsylvania are still struggling to recover from the decline of the steel and coal industries. As these industries disappeared, so did many jobs, leaving behind a large population of unemployed or underemployed residents. The state has one of the highest poverty rates in the nation, and a significant portion of its population lives without sufficient resources to meet basic needs. Homelessness is a growing issue in Pennsylvania as well. While the problem is not as widespread as in some other states, cities like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh have seen a rise in the number of people living on the streets. In 2021, it was reported that nearly 15,000 people were experiencing homelessness in Pennsylvania, many of them living in shelters or on the streets. The state's struggling economy, combined with a lack of affordable housing and social services, has created a dangerous cycle for many families and individuals. Poverty and homelessness are often interlinked, and without adequate support systems in place, it's difficult for people to escape these cycles. With more people moving away from rural areas in search of better opportunities, Pennsylvania must focus on revitalizing its economy and ensuring that all residents have access to housing, healthcare, and job opportunities. Can Pennsylvania find a way to break free from the cycle of poverty and homelessness that has plagued its communities for years? Or will it continue to struggle as it tries to adapt to a changing economic landscape? Conclusion: America's struggle for survival. In this travel documentary, we've taken a deep dive into the 10 states that are facing some of the most severe economic and social challenges in America today. From Alaska to Kentucky, these states are grappling with poverty, homelessness, addiction, and the decline of traditional industries. While the beauty and charm of these places are undeniable, the reality for many residents is a daily struggle to survive. Each of these states has unique challenges, but there are common threads: economic decline, lack of affordable housing, inadequate healthcare, and a widening gap between the wealthy and the poor. Unless these issues are addressed, the risk of collapse for many of these states remains high. What do you think is the solution for these struggling states? Can America recover from these deepening social and economic issues, or are we witnessing the gradual decline of the American dream? We want to hear your thoughts. Comment below and let us know what you think about the current situation in these states. If you found this travel documentary insightful, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to our channel for more thought-provoking content like this. We'll continue to explore America's struggles and uncover the stories that often go untold. Thanks for watching. California. The streets of Los Angeles stir to life as the first light of dawn streaks across the sky. Towering skyscrapers cast their shadows over quiet alleyways, and the hum of a waking city begins to fill the air. Amid the buzz of ambition and opportunity, another reality lingers, one of survival, struggle, and quiet perseverance. For over 200,000 people across California, these streets are more than just a passageway, they are home. Behind each face is a story of dreams deferred, battles fought, and a system that often falls short. In this narrative, we step into their world, peeling back the layers of hardship and resilience. This isn't just about homelessness, it's a journey to understand, to witness, and perhaps to reimagine a future where no one is left behind. Understanding the current state of homelessness in California. California, celebrated for its stunning landscapes, flourishing industries, and rich cultural tapestry, faces a stark contradiction. It bears one of the highest homelessness rates in the United States. Urban hubs like Los Angeles, San Francisco, and San Diego are at the forefront of this crisis, each grappling with its own set of complexities and challenges. By late 2023, the number of individuals living without stable housing across the state had surpassed 200,000, a figure that represents far more than a housing shortage. It underscores a deeper societal ailment impacting communities, economies, and the social fabric. The manifestations of homelessness are as varied as they are heart-wrenching. Public parks, sidewalks, and freeway underpasses are dotted with makeshift camps, while cars and RVs often double as makeshift homes for those left with no other options. The streets become battlegrounds where issues like addiction, mental health struggles, and criminal activity converge, perpetuating a cycle that seems impossible to escape. Homelessness in California extends beyond the absence of shelter. It is a complex interplay of economic policy, inadequate social services, and prevailing cultural attitudes, all of which profoundly shape the realities of those affected. Furthermore, the impact of homelessness extends beyond the individuals directly experiencing it. Local businesses face challenges such as decreased foot traffic and increased security concerns, while communities must navigate the complexities of providing public services and maintaining public spaces. The strain on healthcare systems, emergency services, and law enforcement agencies highlights the extensive ripple effects of this crisis. Additionally, the stigma and social isolation faced by homeless individuals often lead to further marginalization, making it even harder for them to reintegrate into society. Have you ever wondered how a state with one of the highest GDPs per capita can simultaneously house such a large homeless population? This question lies at the core of understanding the multifaceted nature of homelessness in California. It challenges us to look beyond surface-level explanations and explore the deeper systemic issues that perpetuate this crisis. Root causes of homelessness in California. To address homelessness effectively, it is essential to understand its root causes. Homelessness is rarely the result of a single factor. Instead, it is the culmination of various interrelated issues that can vary significantly from one individual to another. In California, several key factors contribute to the high rates of homelessness. Skyrocketing housing costs. The soaring cost of housing stands as one of California's most urgent challenges. With a market defined by relentless demand and limited supply, both rental and purchase prices have climbed to levels out of reach for many. Cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco consistently rank among the nation's most expensive, creating insurmountable barriers for low and middle-income earners seeking stable housing. For countless residents, the scarcity of affordable options leads to fragile living arrangements that too often spiral into homelessness. The wave of gentrification sweeping through various neighborhoods only deepens the crisis, displacing long-term residents and breaking the fabric of communities. Meanwhile, property values and rents continue to rise at a pace far exceeding wage growth, leaving many struggling to keep up. Without decisive action to expand affordable housing and implement effective rent controls, the housing crisis will persist, driving more individuals onto the streets and into uncertainty. Insufficient financial and social support. The absence of strong financial and social support systems plays a significant role in deepening the crisis of homelessness. For many, financial struggles are met with insufficient access to assistance programs that could provide much-needed relief during difficult times. Essential services such as mental health care, addiction treatment, and job training programs often suffer from underfunding or remain out of reach, leaving vulnerable individuals without the tools to rebuild their lives. Compounding these issues, complex bureaucracy and strict eligibility criteria create barriers that delay or entirely prevent access to critical support. In the absence of a dependable safety net, financial hardships can quickly escalate, resulting in housing instability and homelessness. Addressing this crisis demands a commitment to strengthening financial aid and ensuring social services are accessible to all who need them, paving the way for a more secure and supportive future. Mental health and substance abuse issues. A large portion of the homeless population faces the dual challenges of mental health disorders and substance abuse, which often act as barriers to stable housing and employment. These intertwined struggles frequently prevent individuals from seeking or receiving the help they desperately need. The link between mental health and homelessness is a pressing issue that demands focused interventions to deliver comprehensive care and support. Many homeless individuals are left without adequate mental health care due to stigma, limited resources, and gaps in the healthcare system. Substance abuse further intensifies mental health challenges, creating a relentless cycle that traps people in homelessness. Breaking this cycle requires integrated solutions that combine mental health treatment, addiction recovery programs, and supportive housing, offering holistic care that paves the way for lasting stability and a chance to rebuild their lives. Unemployment and inadequate income. Economic instability, driven by high unemployment and inadequate income, remains a significant factor in homelessness. For many, even steady employment fails to bridge the gap between their earnings and the rising cost of living, leaving basic necessities out of reach. The scarcity of jobs offering wages sufficient to sustain stable housing forces countless Californians into precarious living conditions. The situation is further exacerbated by job insecurity and the dominance of gig economy roles that often lack benefits and stability. Despite juggling multiple low-paying jobs, many individuals still struggle to afford rent and essential expenses. Addressing this crisis requires creating more equitable job opportunities, raising minimum wage standards, and ensuring greater job security. Programs focused on vocational training and education can also empower people to access better-paying careers, ultimately reducing their vulnerability to homelessness. Economic crises and natural disasters. Economic hardships and natural disasters have long been part of California's story, with profound impacts on housing security. From economic recessions to wildfires, earthquakes, and pandemics, these events often leave a trail of disruption, job losses, property destruction, and widespread displacement. Low-income and marginalized communities, already vulnerable, bear the brunt of these crises, often finding themselves pushed closer to the brink of homelessness. Wildfires can devastate entire neighborhoods overnight, leaving families with no place to turn. Economic downturns shrink job opportunities and strain public resources, making it increasingly difficult for individuals to access support when they need it most. Meanwhile, the financial burden of rebuilding after natural disasters often destabilizes local economies and limits the supply of affordable housing, compounding the problem further. To truly address these challenges, California must prioritize robust disaster preparedness and implement economic safety nets that shield vulnerable populations from falling into homelessness. The systemic changes required extend far beyond reactive measures. They demand a coordinated approach across housing, healthcare, employment, and social services. By crafting targeted policies and investing in preventive strategies, the state can tackle the root causes of homelessness, paving the way toward a future where resilience replaces vulnerability, and every resident has a place to call home. 3. Substance abuse and opioid crisis among the homeless in California. Substance abuse, especially opioid addiction, remains a profound challenge among California's homeless population, intensifying the struggles faced by those without stable housing. The opioid crisis, which has devastated communities across the nation, casts an even heavier shadow over the homeless, as the harsh realities of life on the streets often amplify vulnerability to addiction. Data from the California Department of Public Health reveals that nearly 38% of the state's homeless population grapples with opioid dependency, a rate starkly higher than the national average. This troubling statistic underscores the critical need for focused strategies to tackle substance abuse within this community. The instability of homelessness often fosters a cycle of stress, trauma, and mental health struggles, pushing individuals to seek temporary relief through substance use. For many, opioids become a coping mechanism in a relentless fight for survival, deepening the urgency for comprehensive, compassionate solutions to break this cycle. The easy availability of opioids in California's urban areas adds another layer of complexity to the homelessness crisis. Cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco face alarmingly high rates of street-level opioid access, allowing homeless individuals to obtain these substances with relative ease. The proliferation of synthetic opioids like fentanyl has further escalated the crisis, significantly increasing the risk of fatal overdoses within this vulnerable population. Substance abuse deeply impacts the health and stability of homeless individuals, creating barriers to employment and permanent housing. Addiction often deteriorates physical health, making it challenging for individuals to hold steady jobs or engage in rehabilitation programs. Compounding the issue is the social stigma tied to addiction, which fosters isolation and traps individuals in a relentless cycle of homelessness and substance dependency. Confronting substance abuse among the homeless demands a multi-pronged approach. A critical step is expanding access to addiction treatment programs specifically designed to meet the unique needs of homeless populations. Mobile health units and outreach initiatives can deliver crucial services directly to affected individuals, breaking down barriers that hinder access to care. Equally important is integrating mental health care with addiction treatment to address the root causes of substance use disorders comprehensively. Harm reduction strategies play an essential role in mitigating the impact of the opioid crisis. Distributing naloxone to prevent overdoses and establishing safe consumption sites are life-saving measures that also open pathways for individuals to connect with support services and embark on recovery journeys. In summary, the opioid epidemic significantly worsens the challenges faced by California's homeless population, highlighting the urgent need for targeted interventions. By prioritizing accessible treatment, integrated care, and harm reduction, California can take meaningful steps toward easing the compounded struggles of those battling homelessness and addiction. Comprehensive solutions to combat homelessness. Addressing homelessness in California demands a comprehensive approach that meets both immediate needs and tackles deeper systemic challenges. Solutions must be inclusive, sustainable, and far-reaching, ensuring individuals can attain stability and rebuild their lives. Here are several impactful strategies to consider. Prioritizing affordable housing. Expanding access to affordable housing is at the core of reducing homelessness. This requires not only constructing additional low-cost housing but also enacting policies to make existing housing more attainable. State and local governments can play a crucial role by funding the development of affordable units, incentivizing developers to integrate affordable options in their projects, and providing rental assistance or subsidies for those struggling to keep a roof over their heads. Preserving current affordable housing through maintenance and protections against market-driven displacement is equally vital to prevent further crises. Innovative housing solutions like community land trusts and cooperative housing models offer promising alternatives for long-term affordability and stability. Community land trusts, for instance, keep land out of the speculative real estate market, safeguarding affordability for future generations. Similarly, zoning reforms can pave the way for higher density housing and repurpose underutilized commercial spaces into residential units. By embracing diverse and creative approaches to housing, California can foster a more equitable and robust housing market that addresses the multifaceted needs of its residents while laying the foundation for a future where homelessness is no longer an insurmountable challenge. Enhancing support services. Robust support services play a vital role in helping individuals overcome the challenges that lead to homelessness. Expanding access to mental health care, addiction recovery programs, and pathways for community reintegration can equip individuals with the tools they need to reclaim stability. These services must be accessible, culturally sensitive, and tailored to address the diverse needs of the homeless population. By tackling the underlying factors that contribute to homelessness, These initiatives can help ensure that those who receive assistance do not return to the streets. Beyond traditional services, incorporating job placement programs and educational opportunities can empower individuals to achieve long-term independence. Personalized case management plans can further enhance the effectiveness of these interventions by ensuring individuals receive well-coordinated care across various support systems. Strengthening partnerships with local healthcare providers and social service organizations can also improve access to comprehensive care, breaking down barriers and fostering better outcomes. Investing in these interconnected systems is essential to build resilience and pave the way for individuals to rebuild their lives with dignity and hope. Strengthening economic policies and employment opportunities. While addressing homelessness begins with creating more job opportunities that offer fair wages and financial stability. Economic policies must prioritize job growth in industries that pay livable wages while investing in vocational training and education to prepare individuals for stable, long-term employment. By equipping people with essential skills, workforce development programs can help them achieve independence, reducing reliance on public assistance. Raising the minimum wage and ensuring access to benefits such as healthcare and paid leave are vital steps toward enhancing economic security for low-income workers. Collaborative job placement initiatives, partnering with local businesses, can open doors for meaningful employment opportunities and provide critical pathways out of homelessness. Equally important is supporting small businesses and nurturing entrepreneurship within vulnerable communities. These efforts can drive economic growth while offering sustainable employment solutions. Strengthening economic policies and expanding job opportunities lays the foundation for a more equitable labor market, fostering a future where every Californian has the opportunity to thrive. Fostering public-private partnerships. Addressing homelessness requires a unified effort, where government bodies, nonprofits, and the private sector come together to craft innovative and lasting solutions. Public-private partnerships play a pivotal role by pooling resources, expertise, and funding from diverse stakeholders to tackle the many dimensions of this crisis. For instance, businesses can invest in affordable housing initiatives, while nonprofits provide critical support services to those in need. These collaborations pave the way for a more synchronized and impactful approach to combating homelessness. Beyond financial contributions, private sector involvement can take the form of volunteering, offering job training programs, or applying specialized knowledge in areas like technology and project management. Nonprofits, with their intimate understanding of the challenges faced by the homeless, can design targeted and compassionate programs. Meanwhile, government agencies can facilitate these efforts by creating structures that encourage synergy and uphold accountability. By nurturing robust public-private partnerships, California can optimize its resources and develop holistic strategies to address homelessness effectively and compassionately. Implementing preventative measures and early intervention. Preventing homelessness before it begins is essential to curbing its widespread impact. Early intervention programs aim to identify individuals and families at risk of losing their homes, offering timely support to avoid displacement. These programs may include financial aid, mediation services, or short-term housing solutions designed to stabilize lives during periods of hardship. Tackling potential crises at their root reduces the chances of people slipping into homelessness altogether. Proactive strategies such as rent control, eviction prevention initiatives, and tenant legal aid can provide a critical safety net to keep families in their homes. Comprehensive screening processes that pinpoint at-risk individuals and connect them with tailored resources are vital in halting the progression toward homelessness. Community-driven efforts that create support networks and deliver emergency assistance during crises further strengthen these protective measures. Investing in prevention not only decreases the prevalence of homelessness, but also mitigates the far-reaching social and economic toll it takes on communities. These forward-thinking approaches pave the way for a more stable and compassionate society. Raising awareness and community engagement. Raising public awareness and fostering community engagement are crucial for creating an environment that supports efforts to address homelessness. Informing people about the root causes and far-reaching impacts of homelessness can cultivate empathy and challenge harmful stereotypes, inspiring greater participation in initiatives designed to assist those in need. Community involvement can take many forms, from volunteering and advocacy to contributing to local programs that provide essential housing and services. A united societal effort is key to driving meaningful progress and offering hope to those experiencing homelessness. Story-driven campaigns that share the lived experiences of homeless individuals can profoundly shift perceptions, breaking down misconceptions and encouraging a more compassionate outlook. Inviting community members to contribute through volunteering, donating, or advocating strengthens the collective impact of housing and support initiatives. Moreover, creating spaces for inclusive conversations, where diverse voices, including those directly impacted, are heard, helps ensure solutions are tailored to meet the real needs of the community. By prioritizing awareness and active participation, California can cultivate a spirit of solidarity and determination, uniting efforts to tackle homelessness with compassion and resolve. Raising awareness and community engagement. Fostering public understanding and encouraging community involvement are key to creating an environment where solutions to homelessness can thrive. By shedding light on the root causes and profound impacts of homelessness, we can break down misconceptions and cultivate empathy. This shift in perspective can inspire broader support for programs dedicated to assisting those without stable housing. Community participation, through volunteering, advocacy, or local initiatives, plays a crucial role in providing essential resources and services. Real progress demands a unified effort, driven by a shared commitment to uplift and empower. Innovative approaches and technological interventions. Traditional methods alone are no longer enough. Fresh, innovative strategies and cutting-edge technologies are reshaping the approach to tackling homelessness. These advancements bring new perspectives, harnessing innovation to make solutions more impactful and sustainable. Innovative housing solutions. Innovative housing solutions, such as tiny home communities and modular units, provide a vital lifeline for the homeless while larger affordable housing initiatives take shape. Tiny home villages foster a sense of belonging and security, offering private spaces complemented by shared amenities like kitchens and restrooms. Modular housing, on the other hand, delivers a versatile solution with units that can be swiftly constructed and deployed in areas facing severe homelessness, then relocated as circumstances evolve. Pairing these housing options with essential support services such as workforce training and mental health care ensures a comprehensive and compassionate approach to addressing the multifaceted challenges of homelessness. Community-based initiatives. Grassroots movements and community-based initiatives are essential in creating localized solutions tailored to the unique needs of different regions within California. Empowering communities to take ownership of the issue fosters a sense of responsibility and collaboration, leading to more sustainable outcomes. Local initiatives might include community gardens that provide food and a sense of purpose, peer support groups that offer emotional and practical assistance, and neighborhood cleanup projects that improve the living conditions of homeless individuals. These community-driven efforts complement larger-scale strategies, ensuring that solutions are responsive to the specific contexts and challenges of each area. Policy reforms and advocacy. Advocacy for policy reforms is crucial in addressing the systemic issues that contribute to homelessness. This includes advocating for increased funding for affordable housing, comprehensive mental health services, and policies that promote economic equity and job creation. Policy reforms might also involve changes to zoning laws to allow for more diverse and affordable housing options, as well as initiatives to protect tenants from eviction and discrimination. By pushing for legislative changes, advocates can create a more supportive framework that addresses the root causes of homelessness and promotes long-term solutions. The human side of homelessness. At the core of the homelessness crisis are countless individuals and families who face unimaginable struggles every single day. Their stories embody both the profound resilience of the human spirit and the pressing need for compassionate action. By putting a human face to this issue, we can inspire a shared determination to end homelessness and ensure everyone has access to a safe, stable place to call home. How can we as a community truly support those experiencing homelessness? Gaining insight into their personal journeys and challenges is key to crafting effective, empathetic solutions. These narratives uncover the varied paths that lead to homelessness, emphasizing the importance of tailored assistance and the necessity of approaching the issue with empathy and care. Moreover, recognizing the humanity of those experiencing homelessness can inspire broader societal change. It encourages individuals to move beyond judgment and towards action, whether through volunteering, donating, or advocating for policy changes. By seeing homeless individuals as fellow members of the community deserving of dignity and support, we can create a more inclusive and caring society. Additional insights and developments. Beyond the core causes of homelessness, other significant factors add to the complexity of the crisis. For example, limited access to affordable healthcare leaves many unable to address critical medical needs, resulting in worsening health conditions that often jeopardize their ability to secure employment and stable housing. Additionally, systemic inequalities and persistent discrimination intensify the issue, placing marginalized communities at a disproportionate disadvantage. To tackle this, innovative housing solutions like tiny home villages and modular units are emerging as immediate forms of relief for those living on the streets. These temporary havens provide stability while long-term affordable housing initiatives take shape. By combining such housing efforts with supportive services, a more comprehensive and effective approach to addressing homelessness can be realized. Grassroots movements and community-based initiatives are essential in creating localized solutions tailored to the unique needs of different regions within California. Empowering communities to take ownership of the issue fosters a sense of responsibility and collaboration, leading to more sustainable outcomes. Advocacy for policy reforms is crucial in addressing the systemic issues that contribute to homelessness. This includes advocating for increased funding for affordable housing, comprehensive mental health services, and policies that promote economic equity and job creation. Addressing homelessness in California requires a multifaceted strategy that combines affordable housing, robust support services, economic opportunities, and community engagement. Travel documentaries can serve as a powerful tool in this endeavor, bringing visibility to the issue and inspiring collective action. By understanding the complexities of homelessness and working together towards comprehensive solutions, California can pave the way for a more equitable and inclusive society. What role do you think media and storytelling play in solving social issues like homelessness? The power of narrative cannot be underestimated in shaping public perception and driving change. B. Homelessness in California is a multifaceted issue that demands a comprehensive and collaborative approach. By addressing the root causes, such as high housing costs, inadequate support systems, mental health challenges, unemployment and economic crises, and implementing sustainable solutions, California can make significant strides toward alleviating homelessness. Travel documentaries play a crucial role in this journey by raising awareness, fostering empathy, and motivating communities to take action. What steps can you take to contribute to the solution? Whether it's advocating for policy changes, supporting local organizations, or simply raising awareness, every action counts in the fight against homelessness. Philadelphia. Beneath Philadelphia's iconic landmarks and lively neighborhoods lies a pressing challenge: homelessness. Amidst the city's rich history and vibrant culture, many individuals grapple with mental health issues and substance abuse, creating a complex social landscape. This story delves into the heart of Philadelphia's homelessness crisis, exploring the intricate connections between personal struggles and broader systemic factors. As local communities and government agencies implement diverse solutions, the resilience and solidarity of Philadelphia's residents shine through. By uncovering these layered realities, we gain a deeper understanding of the efforts underway to build a more inclusive and supportive urban environment. Join us as we navigate the streets of Philadelphia, shedding light on the lives and initiatives that shape the city's path toward healing and hope. Current status of homelessness in Philadelphia. Numbers and distribution. Philadelphia, one of America's oldest and most vibrant cities, is currently facing a deepening homelessness crisis. By the end of 2023, estimates put the number of individuals experiencing homelessness in the city at around 6,500, a significant rise that has sparked alarm among both city officials and residents. The homeless population in Philadelphia tends to cluster in specific urban areas. Key hotspots include downtown, University City, and neighborhoods near major public transit hubs such as Northern Liberties, Kensington, and South Philadelphia. These locations not only offer easier access to essential services but also result in greater visibility of homelessness through frequent interactions with the general public. What drives these particular areas to become focal points for homelessness? Is it simply the presence of support services, or do deeper socioeconomic issues contribute to this concentration? By analyzing the distribution of homeless individuals across the city, stakeholders can better design targeted and effective interventions to address the root causes and provide meaningful support. Demographics. Philadelphia's homeless population is a mosaic of diverse ages and backgrounds, highlighting the city's complex social landscape. Among those experiencing homelessness are youth, elderly individuals, veterans, and families with children, each group facing distinct vulnerabilities. Young people often end up on the streets due to family conflicts, abuse, or shortcomings in the child welfare system. Elderly individuals may become homeless after losing a spouse, retiring without adequate savings, or dealing with serious medical issues. Veterans struggle with reintegrating into civilian life, frequently battling mental health challenges and substance abuse. Families with children carry the additional burden of securing safe and stable housing to protect their dependents. Addressing the unique needs of each subgroup is crucial for developing effective, comprehensive strategies to combat homelessness. By understanding these varied experiences, Philadelphia can create more targeted and compassionate support systems that foster resilience and hope for all its residents. Socioeconomic and health impacts. The surge in homelessness casts a wide shadow, affecting both the community at large and the individuals caught in its grip. On a societal level, rising homelessness strains public resources, drives up healthcare costs, and dampens local economies. Emergency services, including hospitals and law enforcement, face increased demands, diverting vital funds from other essential community programs. Moreover, businesses in neighborhoods with high homelessness rates often see a decline in customer traffic and heightened security concerns, stifling economic growth and vitality. For those experiencing homelessness, the hurdles are immediate and deeply personal. Access to healthcare, employment, and education becomes a constant struggle, trapping individuals in a relentless cycle of poverty and instability. Without secure housing, maintaining steady employment or pursuing educational opportunities becomes nearly impossible, making it exceedingly difficult to break free from homelessness. Additionally, the absence of a safe and stable living environment intensifies physical and mental health challenges, perpetuating a vicious cycle that is hard to escape. This pervasive issue extends beyond those directly affected, undermining overall community well-being and social cohesion. Homelessness not only disrupts the lives of individuals but also erodes the fabric of the community, highlighting the urgent need for comprehensive and compassionate solutions. Causes of homelessness in Philadelphia. Understanding the root causes of homelessness is essential for developing effective solutions. In Philadelphia, several key factors contribute to the high rates of homelessness. Lack of affordable housing. A critical factor fueling homelessness in Philadelphia is the dire shortage of affordable housing. Over the past 10 years, rental prices have skyrocketed, outpacing wage growth and leaving countless individuals and families struggling to secure stable homes. With limited low-cost housing options available, many are forced into unstable living conditions, ultimately facing homelessness when rent becomes unmanageable. The rising cost of living, especially in sought-after neighborhoods, only intensifies this crisis. This begs the question: how can Philadelphia achieve economic growth while ensuring affordable housing remains accessible to all its residents? Financial crisis. Financial instability is another pivotal contributor to homelessness. Personal financial struggles, such as crippling debt from student loans, credit cards, or medical bills, can swiftly undermine an individual's ability to keep a roof over their head. Even those who are employed can find themselves vulnerable to homelessness due to unexpected financial shocks or inadequate income. Sudden life events, like job loss or medical emergencies, can swiftly push individuals and families into homelessness. This raises an important issue: what safety nets are currently in place to safeguard the most vulnerable members of the community during these financial upheavals? Mental health and substance abuse. Among Philadelphia's homeless population, mental health challenges and substance abuse are alarmingly common. Many individuals experiencing homelessness battle untreated mental illnesses or addictions, which significantly impede their ability to find and retain employment and secure stable housing. This intricate web of mental health issues and homelessness presents a formidable challenge that demands robust and comprehensive support systems. Compounding the problem is the pervasive stigma surrounding mental health and addiction, which often deters individuals from seeking the help they desperately need. To foster a more supportive environment, Philadelphia must prioritize destigmatizing these issues, expand access to mental health and addiction services, and integrate these resources into broader homelessness initiatives. By addressing both the personal and societal barriers, the city can create a foundation where those struggling have a genuine path to recovery and stability. Systemic failures in social support. The homelessness crisis in Philadelphia is further intensified by systemic failures within the social support infrastructure. Limited access to essential services such as mental health care, addiction treatment, and job training programs leaves many without the tools necessary to overcome their circumstances and reintegrate into society. Bureaucratic obstacles and the lingering stigma surrounding homelessness and related issues often discourage individuals from seeking assistance, trapping them in a cycle of instability. Moreover, the lack of effective coordination among various support services results in fragmented care that fails to address the comprehensive needs of those experiencing homelessness. To mitigate these challenges, significant reforms are needed to streamline support systems, enhance accessibility, and ensure cohesive collaboration between agencies. By creating a more unified and efficient support network, Philadelphia can better serve its most vulnerable residents and pave the way for meaningful, long-term solutions to homelessness. Economic inequality and discrimination. Economic inequality is another critical factor contributing to homelessness in Philadelphia. The widening gap between the wealthy and the poor creates environments where many cannot afford basic necessities, including housing. Moreover, discrimination based on race, ethnicity, gender, and other factors disproportionately affects marginalized communities, increasing their risk of homelessness. Discriminatory practices in housing, employment, and access to services further marginalize vulnerable populations. How can Philadelphia tackle systemic discrimination to create a more equitable society? Mental health and substance abuse, the hidden struggles. In Philadelphia, mental health challenges and substance abuse lie at the core of the homelessness crisis, intricately linked to wider socioeconomic dynamics. The 2023 report from the Philadelphia Department of Public Health, or PDPH, reveals a startling reality. 52% of the city's homeless population grapples with mental health issues, starkly higher than the national average of 30%. This statistic encompasses a spectrum of disorders, including anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD, and severe mental illnesses like schizophrenia. These conditions severely hinder individuals from securing and maintaining stable housing, finding meaningful employment, and managing daily life, thereby entrenching them in the cycle of homelessness. Compounding this crisis is the widespread prevalence of substance abuse. Around 40% of Philadelphia's homeless individuals have used at least one substance in the past month. Alcohol is the most frequently abused substance, with a 30% usage rate, followed by hard drugs such as heroin and methamphetamine, reported by 38% of the homeless population, and opioid use at 15%. Many turn to these substances as a means to cope with the relentless stress and uncertainty of homelessness. However, substance abuse exacerbates numerous health issues, including infectious diseases like HIV and hepatitis, cardiovascular problems, and worsened mental health conditions. These compounded health challenges create significant barriers for individuals striving to reintegrate into society, making recovery and stability even more elusive. By shedding light on these hidden struggles, we can better understand the complex interplay of factors that sustain homelessness and work towards more effective, compassionate solutions. One might wonder, how can Philadelphia enhance its mental health services to better support the homeless population? The answer lies in the integration of comprehensive care models that address both mental health and substance abuse simultaneously. Unfortunately, despite the high need, access to mental health services remains limited. Financial constraints, stigma, and a lack of available resources prevent many homeless individuals from obtaining the necessary care. This gap in services not only hinders individual recovery but also places a strain on community resources and public health systems. The interconnectedness of mental health and substance abuse creates a vicious cycle that is difficult to break without robust support systems. Mental health issues often lead to substance abuse as individuals seek ways to cope with their conditions, while substance abuse can exacerbate existing mental health problems or even trigger new ones. Without integrated care that addresses both aspects, many individuals remain trapped in this cycle, unable to achieve the stability needed to escape homelessness. Government solutions, federal and local initiatives. Combating homelessness in Philadelphia necessitates a harmonious collaboration among federal, state, and local governments, each contributing essential strategies to reduce and ultimately eliminate homelessness. On the federal front, numerous programs have been launched to provide stable housing and vital services to those in need. A prominent example is the Housing First initiative, which prioritizes securing permanent housing for homeless individuals before addressing other challenges such as mental health issues and substance abuse. By ensuring that people have a safe and stable home, the program creates a solid foundation for effective recovery and reintegration into society. Funding and support for this approach are channeled through non-profit organizations and local agencies, empowering them to implement Housing First strategies successfully. The Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, is another key player in this effort, offering grants and loans to develop affordable housing projects. HUD's programs are designed to increase the availability of low-cost housing options, directly addressing the root cause of homelessness, the lack of affordable living spaces. Additionally, HUD provides emergency financial assistance to cities experiencing sudden rises in homelessness, helping to meet immediate needs during crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Beyond housing, the federal government also funds mental health and substance abuse programs tailored to the homeless population, focusing on both prevention and recovery. These initiatives aim to expand access to mental health services and substance abuse treatment, integrating these supports with housing solutions to deliver comprehensive assistance. Through these multifaceted federal and local initiatives, Philadelphia is making strides toward creating a more inclusive and supportive environment for all its residents. Local government initiatives are equally vital in the fight against homelessness. The Philadelphia Housing Authority, or PHA, plays a crucial role in providing affordable housing options for low-income residents and homeless individuals. PHA's social housing programs not only offer affordable housing but also integrate supportive services like legal advice, healthcare, and life skills training. This holistic approach ensures that individuals have the necessary tools to maintain their housing and improve their quality of life. Philadelphia's local implementation of the Housing First model ensures that homeless individuals receive housing without preconditions, followed by ongoing support services. This immediate provision of housing, coupled with comprehensive support, significantly enhances the likelihood of long-term stability and reintegration. The Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services, or DBHIDS, in Philadelphia offers a range of mental health services tailored to the needs of the homeless population. These services include counseling, psychiatric care, and crisis intervention aimed at addressing the mental health challenges that contribute to homelessness. Additionally, DBHIDS runs programs focused on addiction treatment and prevention, working to reduce the prevalence of substance abuse among homeless individuals. PhillyWorks, another local initiative, provides job search assistance, vocational training, and employment placement services specifically designed for homeless individuals. By partnering with local businesses, PhillyWorks creates employment opportunities that help homeless individuals gain financial independence and stability. Support and volunteer organizations. Beyond government efforts, a network of support and volunteer organizations stands at the forefront of Philadelphia's battle against homelessness. These dedicated groups work tirelessly on the ground, delivering vital services and creating pathways for individuals to regain stability and rejoin society. Their indispensable contributions complement the initiatives of federal and city authorities, forming a robust support system that significantly impacts the reduction of homelessness in the city. These organizations provide not only immediate assistance but also pursue long-term solutions by tackling the underlying causes of homelessness. Through their programs, individuals can rebuild their lives, enhance their quality of living, and achieve independence. Additionally, these groups cultivate a strong sense of community and solidarity, inspiring more residents to engage and support their neighbors in need. Volunteers play a crucial role by donating their time, resources, and advocating for meaningful policy changes. Their involvement makes a tangible difference in the lives of Philadelphia's homeless population, demonstrating the power of collective action. For viewers of our documentary, the unwavering dedication and compassion of these organizations are truly inspiring. Witnessing their impactful work firsthand underscores the importance of community engagement and the shared responsibility to address homelessness. How can more individuals join these vital efforts? What additional resources do these organizations require to broaden their reach and effectiveness? Together, we can amplify their impact and drive meaningful change in Philadelphia. Project Home, or Project Home, stands as one of Philadelphia's most influential and dedicated anti-poverty organizations, steadfast in its mission to guide homeless individuals and families towards self-sufficiency. Through a comprehensive array of programs, Project Home tackles the diverse challenges faced by those experiencing homelessness. Their housing services are a cornerstone of support, providing emergency shelters, transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing. This ensures that individuals and families have access to safe, stable environments where they can rebuild their lives. Beyond securing a roof over their heads, Project Home places a strong emphasis on healthcare access. They offer essential medical, dental, and mental health services, addressing both the immediate and long-term health needs of the homeless population. Recognizing the pivotal role of employment in achieving stability, Project Home also invests in education and employment initiatives. By offering job training programs, educational workshops, and employment placement services, they equip individuals with the skills and opportunities necessary to secure steady employment. This empowers people to break the cycle of poverty and homelessness, fostering a sustainable path toward independence. Project Home's holistic approach not only provides immediate relief but also lays the groundwork for enduring change. Their unwavering commitment makes a significant impact on countless lives across Philadelphia, embodying hope and resilience in the face of adversity. Philly Street Love. Philly Street Love captures the essence of Philadelphia's community spirit and volunteerism, rallying passionate volunteers to support the city's homeless population. Central to their mission is meal distribution, where dedicated volunteers ensure that no one goes hungry by delivering hot, nutritious meals to those in need. This act of kindness provides not just sustenance but also a moment of warmth and care for the recipients. Understanding that basic needs extend beyond food, Philly Street Love also conducts supply drops. They distribute hygiene kits, blankets, and clothing, addressing the immediate and practical necessities of homeless individuals. These supplies offer physical comfort and restore a sense of dignity, reminding recipients that they are valued and cared for. Beyond providing essential items, Philly Street Love is deeply invested in advocacy and awareness. Through engaging community events and outreach programs, they shine a light on the realities of homelessness, fostering greater understanding and empathy within the broader community. By raising awareness, they encourage more people to get involved, expanding their network of support and amplifying their impact. Philly Street Love exemplifies the power of collective action, demonstrating how every individual's contribution can make a meaningful difference. Their efforts not only alleviate the immediate hardships of homelessness, but also build a compassionate and supportive network that strives to create lasting change in Philadelphia. Through their unwavering dedication, Philly Street Love highlights the importance of unity and compassion in addressing and alleviating homelessness in the city. Evaluating effectiveness and future proposals. Ensuring the success of homelessness programs hinges on continuous monitoring and evaluation. Regular assessments empower policymakers to identify which initiatives are making a positive impact and which require refinement. By leveraging data-driven insights, decisions can be tailored to meet the ever-changing needs of the homeless population effectively. Moreover, increasing funding is pivotal for both expanding existing efforts and launching new initiatives. Enhanced budget allocations from federal and local governments can scale up successful programs, providing support to a larger number of individuals in need. Adopting integrated service models that seamlessly combine housing, mental health care, substance abuse treatment, and employment support offers a comprehensive strategy to tackle homelessness. Collaborative partnerships among various service providers boost the efficiency and effectiveness of support systems, ensuring that each person receives personalized and holistic care. Additionally, community engagement plays a vital role. Volunteer programs and public awareness campaigns cultivate a nurturing environment, helping to diminish stigma and garner public backing for government actions. By raising awareness about the root causes of homelessness, these efforts encourage widespread support and foster a community dedicated to meaningful change. Together, these strategies pave the way for a more inclusive and supportive future for Philadelphia's most vulnerable residents. One might ask, what strategies can be implemented to reduce substance abuse among homeless individuals? Implementing evidence-based prevention and treatment programs that address the root causes of substance abuse is essential. These programs should focus on providing accessible treatment options, reducing barriers to care, and offering ongoing support to prevent relapse. Additionally, creating opportunities for social and economic participation can help individuals build meaningful lives free from substance dependence. Additional insights and future directions. Philadelphia is embracing innovative housing solutions to combat its homelessness crisis. Tiny home villages, for instance, provide affordable and temporary shelters that can evolve into permanent residences. These communities foster a sense of belonging and safety, crucial for individuals striving to rebuild their lives. Additionally, mixed-use developments seamlessly integrate affordable housing within new commercial projects, ensuring that housing remains part of the broader community. This approach prevents the isolation of homeless individuals and promotes a more inclusive urban landscape. Advancements in technology and data are also pivotal in enhancing homelessness initiatives. Data analytics enable the tracking of homelessness trends and the assessment of program effectiveness, facilitating informed decision-making and optimal resource allocation. Moreover, digital platforms bridge gaps in service delivery by offering homeless individuals access to housing information, support services, and connections to community resources. These technological tools streamline support systems, making it easier for those in need to find and receive the assistance they require. Together, these strategies pave the way for a more resilient and supportive Philadelphia. Education and awareness programs are essential for addressing the root causes of homelessness and fostering a more empathetic society. Public education initiatives in schools and communities can raise awareness about homelessness, its causes, and ways to support affected individuals. Empathy training for law enforcement and service providers can improve interactions and outcomes for homeless individuals, creating a more supportive and understanding environment. Policy advocacy is another crucial aspect of addressing homelessness. Advocating for affordable housing policies that mandate a certain percentage of affordable units in new developments ensures that housing remains accessible to low-income individuals. Supporting legislation that increases the minimum wage can help reduce the number of people at risk of homelessness by improving financial stability and reducing economic inequality. Community support networks, such as mentorship programs and peer support groups, provide personalized assistance and encouragement for homeless individuals. These networks foster a sense of belonging and community, which are vital for recovery and reintegration. Sustainable funding models, including public-private partnerships and social impact bonds, unlock additional resources and ensure that homelessness initiatives are adequately funded and can scale to meet growing needs. Conclusion. Philadelphia's homelessness crisis weaves together mental health challenges, substance abuse, and a myriad of economic and social factors, creating a deeply complex issue. Tackling this crisis demands a multifaceted strategy, where federal, state, and local governments collaborate seamlessly with community members and organizations dedicated to support and rehabilitation. By rolling out comprehensive initiatives that offer stable housing, robust mental health services, effective substance abuse treatment, and meaningful employment opportunities, Philadelphia can make meaningful progress toward reducing and ultimately eradicating homelessness. Our mission as a travel documentary channel goes beyond highlighting beautiful destinations. We strive to reveal the underlying realities that shape the lives of those who inhabit these cities. By delving into the depths of Philadelphia's homelessness challenges and the innovative strategies being employed to address them, we join a larger conversation about building more inclusive and supportive urban communities. If this exploration resonated with you, please like the video, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe to our channel for more comprehensive travel documentaries that uncover the stories beneath the surface. Your support enables us to continue shining a light on vital social issues around the world, fostering understanding and inspiring change. Florida. Beneath Florida's radiant sunshine and along its pristine beaches, life unfolds in vibrant colors and endless motion. In Miami, the Art Deco skyline glistens as night falls, illuminating the bustling nightlife where music and laughter blend seamlessly with the ocean breeze. Just a few hours away, Orlando's theme parks draw families and thrill-seekers alike, their dreams brought to life amidst castles and roller coasters. Tourists wander through these iconic landscapes, captivated by the promise of enchantment and relaxation. Yet, as the sun sets on these picturesque scenes, another reality emerges in the shadows. Across the state, from the government buildings of Tallahassee to the serene shores of the Florida Keys, countless individuals face the harsh challenges of homelessness. Rising real estate prices and a booming population have strained resources, highlighting deep-seated inequalities in housing and economic opportunities. Social support systems struggle to keep pace, leaving many to navigate the complexities of daily survival without the safety nets that so many take for granted. This contrast between Florida's glossy exterior and its underlying struggles paints a more complete picture of the state. It invites us to look beyond the surface, to understand the stories of those who live on the margins, and to recognize the intricate balance between prosperity and hardship. As we delve deeper, the true essence of Florida reveals itself in all its multifaceted glory. Unfolding stories from major cities. Homelessness is a pervasive issue throughout Florida, appearing not only in major metropolitan areas but also in picturesque seaside communities. Take Miami, for example, which hosts the highest number of homeless individuals in the state, with around 3,657 people without stable housing. Over the last 3 years, Miami has experienced a 3% rise in homelessness, equating to roughly 8.1 individuals per 1,000 residents. This increasing trend persists despite the city's initiatives, including legislation that prohibits sleeping outdoors in designated zones and the allocation of approximately $3.1 million in federal funds aimed at enhancing shelter availability, mental health services, and employment training programs. However, some critics contend that the absence of a local shelter in Miami Beach leads to the displacement of homeless populations to other areas within the county due to these bans. This situation sparks ethical debates on how to effectively balance maintaining public order with providing compassionate support to those in need. Similarly, in Orlando, known as the theme park capital of the world, the issue of homelessness is escalating. Central Florida has seen a 5% increase in its homeless population over the past year, primarily driven by a nearly 40% surge in rent prices since 2019. Currently, the average monthly rent stands at approximately $1,700, a burden that severely impacts low-income individuals whose wages have not kept up with these rising costs. The Homeless Services Network in Orlando has recorded 2,258 people without permanent housing in the region, including those residing in shelters and transitional housing, alongside more than 587 individuals living outdoors without shelter. This situation raises critical questions. Are the local policies and support systems adequately addressing the swift changes in the housing market? Or is there a need for more robust and innovative strategies to tackle homelessness effectively? Heading north, Tallahassee, the state capital, might not be the first place one associates with widespread homelessness, yet it has experienced a noticeable increase in individuals living on the streets. Initiatives such as the Host Team, introduced in early 2023, strive to reconnect those without homes with their families, assist them in finding employment, or provide essential medical care. To date, this program has helped over 650 people, demonstrating a sincere effort to address homelessness. Nonetheless, the escalating rent prices in northern Florida have pushed many formerly stable residents into precarious situations, causing the number of homeless households in Leon County to rise from 664 to 691. Veterans have been particularly affected, with their numbers growing from 92 to 112. This scenario underscores the complexity of the issue, where advancements and challenges occur side by side. Meanwhile, Pensacola, situated on the western side of the Florida Panhandle, has set a bold objective to cut homelessness by 25% by 2025. Although the overall homeless population in the area saw a slight improvement, increasing from 1,180 to 1,223 over the past year, the number of chronically homeless individuals, a group lacking stable housing for a year or longer, climbed from 234 to 365. This rise underscores one of the most daunting facets of homelessness. Once someone becomes entrenched in long-term instability, escaping the cycle becomes significantly more challenging. Chronic homelessness often intersects with issues such as mental health problems, substance abuse disorders, and a severe shortage of affordable housing. In contrast, Sarasota provides a different perspective on how communities are tackling homelessness. Instead of predominantly utilizing large shelters, city commissioners here have embraced a more personalized strategy focused on permanent subsidized housing. Their approach, known as the Housing First model, prioritizes placing each unhoused individual into a suitable living environment before layering on supportive services like counseling, job training, and rehabilitation programs. By establishing stable living conditions as the foundation, Sarasota seeks to offer residents a secure base from which they can effectively manage other aspects of their lives. Despite the promise shown by this method, recent statistics indicate that the number of people experiencing homelessness in Sarasota has risen slightly from 1,138 to approximately 1,150. Thus, while the Housing First approach has potential, the city continues to grapple with ongoing economic and logistical challenges. Housing costs and social implications. In Tampa, soaring housing expenses have pushed families and elderly residents into unstable conditions.
The latest official homeless tally recorded 1,513 people, a slight increase from the pre-pandemic figure of 1,452. Disturbingly, the number of seniors over 62 needing homeless assistance has surged by 67% since 2018, while family homelessness has risen by 21%. This situation in Tampa highlights the precariousness of groups that were once more resilient to financial downturns. Elevated housing costs, whether for single-family homes or rentals, place immense pressure on seniors living on fixed incomes and families managing multiple financial obligations. Their struggles prompt us to consider whether our communities have adequate safety nets or philanthropic resources to safeguard their most vulnerable members. West Palm Beach, often pictured as a haven for wealthy retirees and grand estates, is currently facing a significant homelessness crisis. Recent data estimates that 1,620 individuals lack stable housing in the city. Although municipal initiatives have successfully transitioned 40 long-term homeless people into permanent residences, the challenges remain formidable. The average monthly rent for a one-bedroom apartment in West Palm Beach stands at approximately $2,034, which is 31% above the national average, while wages have failed to keep pace. A palpable tension exists between law enforcement responsible for upholding public order and social services aimed at providing assistance. Police Chief Frank Adderley has openly discussed the removal of individuals obstructing sidewalks or staying in public parks, actions that can result in fines or arrests. Proponents argue that these measures help maintain the city's quality of life, whereas opponents contend that such tactics further marginalize vulnerable populations without addressing the underlying issues. Moving north to Jacksonville, homelessness rates surged when federal funding dwindled during the peak of the pandemic, revealing the vulnerability of many households. Local officials are working to expand shelter capacity, collaborate with hotels for temporary housing solutions, and create a unified database accessible to both service providers and law enforcement. The state's renowned sunshine and mild climate also attract homeless individuals from colder regions, adding complexity to local efforts. In Fort Lauderdale and the greater Broward County area, the gap between wealth and poverty is starkly evident. Each night, approximately 1,500 to 1,700 people remain unsheltered, with an additional 600 residing in shelters. Chronic homelessness affects around 856 individuals, including an estimated 220 veterans, highlighting the depth of the crisis in a region typically associated with opulent beach resorts and bustling tourism. Across Florida, the juxtaposition of prosperity and poverty underscores the urgent need for comprehensive strategies to address homelessness, ensuring that the state's sunny reputation extends to all its residents. In St. Petersburg, a place known for its picturesque waterfront and cultural scene, financial hardship leads as the #1 reason people lose their homes, vastly outpacing substance abuse. Surveys show that 37% of people in the city attribute their homelessness to economic crises. By comparison, substance use accounts for just 7.3%.
Yet, that doesn't diminish the seriousness of addiction issues that do arise. The families who end up on the streets here often see the cycle reverberate among children. Pinellas County schools recorded 3,555 homeless children in a single academic year, and more than half were between 6 and 12 years old, pointing to the grave implications of economic instability on educational attainment and child development. Substance misuse and housing first approaches.
Let's explore the critical overlap between homelessness and substance misuse, a major challenge that service providers face every day.
Florida's persistent opioid epidemic, driven by substances like heroin and fentanyl, has devastatingly affected vulnerable individuals, especially those without stable housing. In 2022 alone, the state is estimated to have recorded over 7,000 opioid-related overdose deaths, marking an increase of more than 60% compared to 5 years earlier. These alarming figures place Florida among the top states in the nation for opioid-involved fatalities.
For those who are unhoused, everyday survival challenges such as uncertain access to meals, exposure to harsh weather conditions, and chronic sleep deprivation intensify the struggle with addiction.
Recent surveys suggest that between 25% and 30% of Florida's unsheltered homeless population may be dealing with substance use disorders, though the actual numbers could be higher due to underreporting. Addressing these intertwined issues is essential for creating effective support systems and reducing the impact of the opioid crisis on the most vulnerable communities.
This issue can spiral into a relentless cycle where substance abuse often results in job loss, declining health, and interactions with the criminal justice system, making it increasingly difficult to secure stable housing.
Additionally, some shelters implement strict sobriety requirements to ensure a safe environment for all residents, causing those struggling with addiction to steer clear of these facilities altogether. To address this, communities need to develop policies that are both empathetic and effective, offering a clear path to recovery while safeguarding the well-being of everyone in shared spaces. The Housing First model has emerged as a prominent and cost-efficient strategy to disrupt the cycle of long-term homelessness.
Instead of mandating that individuals demonstrate they are housing ready by completing rehabilitation programs or maintaining consistent employment, Housing First emphasizes providing immediate, stable housing.
With a secure place to live, individuals are better equipped to connect with mental health services, addiction treatment, and job support, facilitating their journey toward stability and recovery. In numerous instances, this approach alleviates the financial strain on emergency responders, hospitals, and law enforcement agencies.
Understandably, not every city is eager to embrace this strategy due to worries about budget constraints, opposition from the community, and the belief that housing should be earned as a privilege rather than recognized as a fundamental right.
However, evidence consistently demonstrates that the Housing First model results in reduced recidivism rates and higher success in reintegrating individuals into society. Cities in Florida, such as Sarasota, have started adopting elements of this framework by establishing permanent subsidized housing initiatives coupled with comprehensive support services.
These residences typically feature on-site social workers, group therapy programs, assistance with job placement, and access to educational resources.
By eliminating entry barriers, municipal leaders and nonprofit organizations aim to reach a wider segment of the homeless population, including those grappling with mental health disorders and substance addiction. Early outcomes have been varied, largely because a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't address the unique needs of each individual. Mental health issues and addiction differ greatly in their severity and origins, and local budgets are often limited.
Despite these challenges, personal accounts from individuals who have found stability through secure housing highlight that even small advancements can create significant, positive ripple effects in their lives and communities.
Families, veterans, and collaborative solutions. What about families and children in particular? In cities like St. Petersburg and Tallahassee, the swift increase in family homelessness is deeply concerning. When a child's schooling is interrupted and they must sleep in a car, shelter, or motel, the consequences can be severe.
Research indicates that children experiencing homelessness face higher risks of developmental delays, frequent absenteeism, and emotional trauma.
In response, Schools are striving to help by providing after-hours tutoring, clothing vouchers, and meal programs. Additionally, some nonprofits are linking families to transitional housing, offering children a stable place to do homework while parents seek steady employment.
However, the critical question remains, can these efforts keep up with the overwhelming number of families facing unstable living situations?
Veterans also constitute a notably vulnerable group. While Florida's pleasant climate attracts retirees and tourists, it also draws veterans who lack other options. These individuals may have served in various wars and conflicts, only to return home facing mental health issues, physical injuries, or inadequate support systems.
Fort Lauderdale and Broward County are ranked 5th nationally for homeless veterans, with approximately 220 veterans without permanent housing.
Although federal and state programs are available to help, the application process for VIA benefits or specialized housing is often complicated and time-consuming. Meanwhile, the daily struggles of living on the streets, securing food, avoiding harassment, and managing physical pain make dealing with paperwork a low priority. This challenging environment hampers their ability to access the assistance they need.
In numerous Florida communities, government bodies and nonprofit organizations are increasingly joining forces.
Cities like Jacksonville are adopting shared databases to monitor individuals entering and exiting shelters, thereby enhancing service efficiency. By accessing information on a person's history, medical records, job status, and family circumstances, case managers can deliver more personalized support.
Additionally, collaborations between law enforcement and social workers are advancing.
Some police officers now carry contact numbers for outreach teams equipped with mental health expertise to assist in critical situations. These initiatives signify a fundamental shift in approach, acknowledging that repeatedly arresting homeless individuals for loitering or sleeping in public does little to address their root problems.
However, some critics fear that as property values climb, municipalities may prefer to displace homeless populations from popular tourist areas, merely concealing the issue instead of resolving it.
For a travel documentary, it is essential to showcase both these collaborative achievements and the ongoing obstacles, providing a balanced view of the situation. Chronic homelessness, especially in places like Pensacola and Fort Lauderdale, reveals how people can become entangled in a web of setbacks. For some, it starts with losing a job. For others, it might be a medical emergency that drains savings.
Then come eviction notices and credit score drops, further making it difficult to secure new rentals.
Substance use might begin or worsen as a coping mechanism for stress or untreated mental illness. Over time, individuals might cycle in and out of short-term shelters, or they might face arrests for minor infractions that burden them with a criminal record, making it even harder to find stable employment. Without a coordinated system that provides mental health care, addiction treatment, job training, and permanent housing assistance, these individuals often remain stuck on the margins of society.
Number 5, economic realities, climate factors, and ongoing debates.
Naturally, substance abuse isn't the sole cause of homelessness in Florida. It accounts for only a fraction of cases. For instance, in St. Petersburg, 37% of those surveyed identified financial struggles as the primary reason for losing their homes, whereas a mere 7.3% pointed to substance addiction.
Despite not being the leading factor, substance misuse remains a crucial complicating element that can exacerbate or extend an individual's hardship.
The opioid crisis has wreaked havoc on families, causing job losses and family breakups, while deadly opioids like fentanyl are taking lives at an alarming pace. Additionally, Florida's appealing warm climate ironically attracts individuals displaced from colder areas, creating a cycle where the limited availability of shelters is quickly strained by newcomers seeking year-round mild weather. Despite these urgent challenges, Florida's robust tourism-driven economy continues to prosper.
The state's picturesque beaches, outdoor activities, and vibrant entertainment options attract unprecedented numbers of tourists.
Numerous travel documentary features celebrate Florida's rich marine ecosystems, thrilling theme parks, and lively cultural festivals. However, the presence of tent encampments beneath highways and on the outskirts of cities undermines the idyllic image that tourism often projects.
Local residents and business proprietors frequently engage in heated discussions about the best approaches to address homelessness.
Some advocate for expanding social services, while others argue for more stringent law enforcement and ordinance implementation to ensure cleanliness and safety. This debate mirrors nationwide conflicts over how to reconcile compassion with other municipal priorities. Jacksonville's 5-year strategy to combat homelessness showcases the potential benefits of well-considered, community-focused initiatives.
The plan encompasses funding for expanding shelters, providing job training, offering mental health services, and creating integrated data systems for nonprofits and government entities.
By designating hotel rooms as temporary transitional housing, the city aims to keep individuals off the streets as they seek permanent housing solutions. Collaboration is essential, as many people experiencing homelessness require multifaceted support, including medical treatment, psychological assistance, and financial advice.
The main challenge lies in maintaining funding and political commitment, especially as new elections approach or budgets become constrained.
West Palm Beach is adopting a comparable strategy, yet the city's pricey real estate market continues to pose a significant challenge. The median rent for a one-bedroom apartment ranks among the highest nationwide. A well-meaning initiative that moves 40 long-term homeless individuals into permanent housing barely scratches the surface when viewed against the vast scope of the issue.
Simultaneously, city leaders frequently encounter demands from business proprietors and residents to keep sidewalks and public parks free from encampments.
With law enforcement actively removing those who breach local regulations, it remains uncertain whether the city's enforcement tactics create genuine solutions or merely push the homeless population to different areas. A viable way forward could involve more robust advocacy at the state level.
Florida has started allocating funds toward mental health services and addiction treatment, yet there is no universal fix that can be implemented instantly.
Nonprofits, charitable organizations, religious institutions, and local enterprises play an equally vital role in combating homelessness. Grassroots efforts can offer immediate support, such as providing meal programs, hygiene kits, and legal aid for individuals fighting evictions.
A comprehensive strategy that simultaneously tackles housing, employment, health, and legal challenges is likely the only method to achieve meaningful long-term progress.
The most significant takeaway may be the value of early intervention, as preventing homelessness is considerably less expensive than addressing it after it occurs. Individual involvement and final reflections. At this point, you might ask yourself, how can an individual traveler or an observant bystander make an impact? One strategy is to educate yourself about the local groups actively working in the community.
You can contribute by volunteering your time, donating resources, or sharing your professional skills if you have them.
While traveling, you can show empathy in your encounters with the homeless. Simple gestures like kind words and making eye contact can significantly help restore their dignity. Refrain from passing judgment and instead take the time to listen to their personal stories, which can help dismantle stereotypes. If you're creating a documentary, consider highlighting these often overlooked stories, showcasing a side of Florida that most tourists never witness. The influence of media in promoting empathy and driving social change is powerful, especially when the content is crafted with care and respect.
For those grappling with substance abuse, Florida's diverse network of treatment centers provides various resources, yet the need surpasses what's available.
A significant number of homeless individuals also lack health insurance, further complicating access to rehabilitation services. In cities like Orlando and Tampa, some nonprofits have initiated targeted outreach for those at high risk of overdose, distributing the opioid reversal medication naloxone and training volunteers in its administration.
These critical interventions help keep individuals alive long enough to potentially enter or be guided into a treatment program.
From a policy perspective, Florida could alleviate the pressure on emergency rooms and first responders by enhancing support for medically supervised detox facilities and bridging the gap between detoxification and secure housing.
Although these initiatives require substantial investment, they are cost-effective in the long run by easing the burden on public services. Florida's homelessness crisis, highlighted by the dazzling lights of its tourist attractions and the intense scrutiny of real estate speculation, serves as a warning for other popular destinations around the globe. No region is exempt from the impacts of global economic trends, and no municipality can overlook the ethical responsibility to support its most vulnerable populations. As we delve deeper into this issue, it's important to recognize that travel offers more than just relaxation or entertainment. It presents an opportunity to cultivate empathy, broaden perspectives, and even inspire activism. By highlighting Florida's stark contrasts, we aim to ignite meaningful conversations about how such a renowned travel hub also harbors a hidden humanitarian crisis, one that demands comprehensive and compassionate solutions. While many states across America grapple with similar issues, Florida's challenges are often intensified by frequent natural disasters and a continual influx of newcomers, both tourists and those seeking job opportunities or a sunny place to retire. The recurring hurricane seasons, exacerbated by climate change, heighten fears of future displacements. Each storm season threatens to create a surge in homelessness as homes are destroyed. Although federal aid does sometimes arrive, it can be inadequate, delayed, or primarily accessible to those who can navigate complex bureaucratic systems. Despite these obstacles, stories of resilience and compassion are plentiful. Volunteers dedicate their weekends to serving meals at soup kitchens. Local businesses organize fundraisers for transitional housing projects, and city councils debate how to best allocate limited budgets amidst competing priorities. Individuals who have experienced homelessness often share their journeys to inspire and support others facing similar struggles. When these narratives are featured in travel documentaries, they provide a multifaceted view of Florida, not just as the Sunshine State with its palm trees and theme parks, but as a region of depth, resilience, and significant socioeconomic challenges that require attention. Illuminating these issues is essential for fostering change and improving the lives of many Floridians. As we approach the conclusion of our analysis, a mosaic of possible solutions emerges. Housing First initiatives guarantee immediate accommodation, subsequently addressing mental health issues and substance abuse. Community partnerships that integrate law enforcement with social services prevent policing from merely causing displacement. Increasing shelter capacities to support families, seniors, veterans, and individuals with special needs, alongside comprehensive job training programs, fosters stable employment. Legislative advocacy for measures like rent control or housing subsidies must strike a balance with property owner interests. Each component must interlock to drive lasting change. No single policy can eradicate homelessness overnight, but incremental advancements are achievable with sufficient political determination and community backing. Florida's breathtaking scenery, vibrant festivals, and impressive architecture will remain alluring. Millions will continue to flock for beach holidays, golf getaways, and theme park fun. However, beneath this festive exterior, numerous individuals grapple with housing instability and substance abuse, yearning for stability. The critical question now is whether Florida will mobilize its resources to effectively tackle this crisis or allow the issue to remain hidden behind its booming development. Capturing these truths is crucial to presenting a comprehensive view of a state that is as multifaceted as it is mesmerizing. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into Florida's homelessness issue. We frequently mention travel documentary to highlight that our exploration goes beyond the iconic palm trees and theme parks. True travel breaks down barriers and builds understanding. While Florida's stunning beaches are easy to admire, it's crucial to recognize those living in tents just steps away from luxurious resorts. If you haven't already, please like, comment, and subscribe as mentioned earlier. Your support helps ensure that important narratives like this one continue to be shared. As we leave Florida and ponder what we've witnessed, let's take these insights with us. Every destination has unseen dimensions. Homelessness is a complex challenge that demands comprehensive solutions, and empathy is the essential first step toward meaningful change. Until next time, let's strive to look beyond the obvious, tackle tough questions, and stay open to the diverse experiences that shape our world. Our Travel documentary journey through Florida is ongoing, always seeking stories that deepen our understanding and compassion for the places we explore. Thank you for being part of this journey. Let's continue to uncover the hidden layers and foster a more compassionate view of every community we visit.
The Bronx. The Bronx beats with the vibrant pulse of hip-hop, where every street corner tells a tale of resilience and boundless creativity. Among the colorful murals and lively community hubs, however, a darker reality persists. Homelessness casts a long shadow over the borough. This iconic New York neighborhood, renowned for its cultural richness and close-knit communities, is grappling with a crisis that threatens to tear apart its strong social fabric. As skyscrapers rise beside improvised shelters, the quest for stability becomes increasingly stark. In this exploration, we journey into the core of the Bronx to understand the current landscape of homelessness, unravel the complex factors fueling this struggle, and examine the widespread substance abuse affecting those without a home. Through these stories, we seek to illuminate the challenges and discover avenues for restoring hope and dignity to countless lives. Current state of homelessness in the Bronx. The Bronx, renowned for its rich tapestry of cultures and traditions, has been experiencing a notable increase in homelessness in recent years. By 2023, data reveals a significant rise in the number of people lacking stable housing. This growth presents a complex challenge for both the community and local authorities. Over the last 5 years, the homeless population in the Bronx has grown by approximately 15 to 20%. This increase is more than just a numerical trend. It underscores deeper socioeconomic changes and systemic problems. The growing numbers put immense pressure on existing resources, emphasizing the critical need for comprehensive strategies. The homeless population in the Bronx is varied, including individuals from different age groups and backgrounds. It ranges from young adults trying to establish themselves to elderly people who have lost their residences, covering a wide spectrum. Additionally, there are families with children, single individuals, and those who have become homeless due to unexpected events such as sudden unemployment or medical crises. Certain regions within the Bronx have emerged as focal points for homelessness. Areas like Pelham Bay Park, Van Cortlandt Park, and neighborhoods near major bus terminals are frequent gathering locations. These spots offer some degree of shelter and easy access to public transportation, making them attractive to those without permanent homes. Moreover, community centers and local shelters in these key areas often operate beyond their capacity, struggling to accommodate the increasing need for services and support. Addressing this issue is essential to restoring stability and dignity to many lives within the borough. Root causes of homelessness in the Bronx. Grasping the underlying reasons for homelessness is essential for effectively addressing and alleviating the problem. The causes of homelessness in the Bronx are complex and multifaceted, encompassing economic, social, health, and policy-related factors. On the economic front, a primary driver is the soaring cost of housing. Rent in the Bronx has surged dramatically, outstripping wage growth and making it increasingly challenging for low-income residents to obtain and sustain stable housing. A 2023 report by the Bronx Housing Authority highlights that average rents in the borough have risen by 25% over the past 5 years, whereas median household incomes have only increased by 10%. This significant gap places immense financial pressure on residents, pushing many toward homelessness. Moreover, a considerable number of individuals experiencing homelessness lack steady employment or earn wages that are insufficient to cover basic living costs. The scarcity of job opportunities and the prevalence of low-paying positions further intensify financial instability, driving more people to the edge of homelessness. The Bronx boasts one of the highest unemployment rates in New York City, with 8% of its population unemployed compared to the citywide average of 6%. Additionally, many of the available jobs do not offer livable wages or essential benefits, making it arduous for individuals to achieve financial stability and secure housing. Social dynamics significantly contribute to the rise in homelessness. Conflicts within families, divorces, and incidents of domestic violence are primary drivers of individuals becoming homeless. Those escaping abusive or unstable home situations often find themselves without a secure place to reside. Over the past 3 years, the Bronx has experienced a 15% surge in reported domestic violence cases, which directly aligns with an increase in homelessness among those impacted. Additionally, the borough's social support infrastructure frequently falls short in addressing the needs of the homeless population. Limited availability of crucial services, including mental health care and addiction treatment, leaves many without the support required to achieve stability. Currently, only 40% of homeless individuals in the Bronx can access mental health services, underscoring a major deficiency in available assistance. Policy-related issues further exacerbate the problem. Zoning regulations and building codes restrict the supply of affordable housing, while inadequate investment in public housing projects means that demand significantly outpaces supply. In 2023, the Bronx was allocated only 60% of the federal funds designated for affordable housing, resulting in prolonged waiting lists and overcrowded shelters. Moreover, systemic challenges such as discrimination and limited access to education and healthcare disproportionately impact marginalized communities, heightening their risk of homelessness. Tackling these fundamental issues necessitates comprehensive policy changes, increased funding for social services, and targeted economic initiatives aimed at fostering a more equitable and supportive environment for all residents. Health and psychological factors. Health and psychological challenges add another layer of complexity to the issue. A large segment of the homeless population battles mental health conditions. In the absence of adequate treatment and support, these individuals struggle to secure and maintain jobs and housing. Substance abuse plays a dual role, both precipitating and resulting from homelessness. Many resort to drugs and alcohol as a way to cope with the difficulties of living on the streets, deepening their entanglement in the cycle of homelessness. Moreover, policy and regulatory issues exacerbate the situation. The lack of affordable housing is a significant problem. With limited investment in public housing initiatives, the need greatly surpasses the availability, leaving numerous people without suitable housing options. Additionally, certain local regulations constrain the movements and activities of homeless individuals, hindering their access to essential services and worsening their predicament. Substance abuse among the homeless in the Bronx. Substance abuse continues to be a significant challenge within the Bronx's homeless population, exacerbating the difficulties of homelessness and obstructing paths to recovery and stability. The consumption of drugs such as heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and alcohol is disturbingly prevalent among those without homes. A 2023 report from the Bronx Health Department revealed that around 45% of homeless individuals admitted to using at least one illicit substance in the past year. Alcohol topped the list at 30%, followed by methamphetamine at 25%, heroin at 20%, and cocaine at 15%. Many homeless people turn to these substances as a way to escape the harshness of life on the streets, seeking temporary relief from the constant stress and pain they endure. Substance abuse often serves as a coping mechanism for dealing with significant stress, trauma, and mental health challenges that are part of their daily existence. While these substances may offer a short-term escape, they lead to long-lasting negative consequences. The inherently unstable and unpredictable conditions of homelessness, such as the lack of secure shelter, exposure to the elements, and ongoing uncertainty, create an environment that makes addiction more likely to develop and persist. The ramifications of substance abuse extend deeply into various aspects of life. Health-wise, individuals are more vulnerable to infectious diseases such as HIV/AIDS and hepatitis, experience respiratory complications, and suffer from severe mental health conditions. For example, the rate of HIV among the homeless population in the Bronx is estimated at 12%, which is markedly higher than the national average of 0.4%. Addiction often leads to fractured relationships, greater involvement in criminal activities, and a reduced capacity to obtain and retain jobs, thereby perpetuating the cycle of homelessness. Economically, substance abuse imposes significant burdens. Medical expenses escalate due to the necessity for treatments, and social services become overwhelmed as they strive to support those struggling with addiction. In 2023 alone, the Bronx dedicated over $50 million in additional funding to manage the growing costs linked to substance abuse within its homeless community. Moreover, substance abuse intensifies pre-existing mental health challenges, creating a relentless cycle that is hard to break without comprehensive support. Initiatives aimed at mitigating substance abuse have demonstrated effectiveness. For instance, the Bronx Recovery Initiative achieved a 40% success rate in helping individuals attain sobriety through their holistic treatment programs. Nevertheless, the need for services greatly surpasses what is currently available, underscoring the critical necessity for expanded resources and support systems to effectively address substance abuse among the homeless population in the Bronx. Addressing homelessness and substance abuse pathways to solutions. Addressing homelessness and substance abuse in the Bronx demands a comprehensive, multidimensional strategy that confronts the underlying causes while delivering immediate assistance to those in need. A fundamental approach is the expansion of affordable housing. Prioritizing the development and upkeep of low-cost housing units is crucial. Enhancing the supply of affordable residences can provide swift relief to individuals struggling to secure stable living conditions. Moreover, establishing rental assistance programs that offer financial support for housing can help people retain their homes and prevent homelessness. This assistance is essential for those experiencing temporary financial hardships. For example, recent research shows that rental assistance initiatives have effectively reduced homelessness by up to 25% in similar urban areas, underscoring their impact. Economic support is another vital aspect. Developing job training programs tailored to the specific needs of the homeless population can enhance their employability. Creating employment opportunities that offer fair wages ensures that individuals can support themselves and their families. Adjusting the minimum wage to align with the cost of living can help low-income workers afford basic necessities, including housing, thereby decreasing the risk of homelessness. In the Bronx, where the minimum wage is currently $15 per hour, adjusting it to better reflect living expenses could potentially lower the homelessness rate by an additional 10%. By implementing these measures, the Bronx can move closer to mitigating homelessness and substance abuse, fostering a more stable and supportive community for all its residents. Healthcare and mental health services are crucial in tackling these challenges. Providing homeless individuals with access to comprehensive healthcare, including mental health support, is imperative. Mobile clinics and community health centers can help bridge the accessibility gap. Increasing funding and expanding substance abuse treatment and rehabilitation programs are vital to support those striving to overcome addiction. Recent statistics reveal that around 60% of the homeless population in the Bronx contends with some form of substance abuse, highlighting the critical need for effective treatment initiatives. These programs should integrate medical care, counseling, and community support to address both the physical and mental facets of addiction comprehensively. Additionally, incorporating case management services can ensure that each person receives tailored assistance based on their specific needs. By coordinating housing, employment, and healthcare resources, case managers can guide individuals through the complex system and help them access the necessary tools for achieving lasting stability. Collaborative efforts among government bodies, non-profit organizations, and community groups are essential to establish a cohesive support network. For instance, partnerships with local businesses can aid in job placement, while collaborations with mental health professionals can improve the quality of care available to those in need. By working together, these entities can create a robust framework that supports homeless individuals in rebuilding their lives with dignity and hope. In addition to these strategies, it is crucial to implement preventive measures that address the underlying causes of homelessness and substance abuse. Early intervention programs targeting at-risk youth can significantly reduce the likelihood of individuals becoming homeless or developing substance abuse issues later in life. Educational initiatives that promote financial literacy, mental health awareness, and healthy coping mechanisms can empower individuals to make informed decisions and seek help before crises escalate. By adopting a holistic approach that combines housing, economic support, healthcare, and preventive measures, the Bronx can make significant strides in combating homelessness and substance abuse. These comprehensive solutions not only address the immediate needs of the homeless population, but also work towards creating a sustainable and supportive environment that fosters recovery and resilience. Social support systems. Equally crucial are social support systems that address the root causes of homelessness and provide a safety net for those in need. Offering counseling and mediation services can help resolve family conflicts and support individuals in preserving stable family relationships. Programs focusing on psychological well-being and stress management can empower homeless individuals to navigate their struggles without turning to substance abuse. Revising restrictive regulations that limit the freedoms of homeless individuals can foster a more inclusive and supportive environment. Policies should prioritize providing help and resources over penalizing those in vulnerable situations. Strengthening partnerships among government agencies, non-profits, and community groups can lead to a more unified and effective response to homelessness and substance abuse. Public education and awareness also play a vital role in tackling these challenges. Increasing awareness about homelessness and addiction can help combat stigma and encourage community support. Educational initiatives that emphasize the importance of compassion and proactive intervention can inspire collective action. Furthermore, implementing programs focused on teaching coping skills and preventing substance abuse can equip at-risk individuals with tools to avoid homelessness and addiction. This raises an important question: what role can individuals take in addressing homelessness and substance abuse in the Bronx? Community engagement through volunteering, donations, and advocacy can create significant change. Similarly, how can visitors contribute to positive efforts in areas impacted by homelessness? Supporting local organizations and spreading awareness are meaningful actions. If this discussion resonated with you, consider liking, commenting, and subscribing to our Travel Documentary channel. Your engagement enables us to continue highlighting critical social issues and sharing stories that matter. Share your thoughts below. What strategies do you believe can better support the homeless community in the Bronx? Comprehensive solutions, a multidimensional approach. Addressing homelessness and substance abuse in the Bronx calls for both immediate and long-term strategies that integrate various aspects of society and governance. Implementing housing solutions that pair shelter with comprehensive support services can lead to significantly better outcomes. These programs offer not only a stable living environment, but also essential resources such as healthcare, job training, and counseling, promoting recovery and long-term stability. For example, Housing First programs focus on providing permanent housing without preconditions, enabling individuals to tackle other challenges more effectively. Engaging local communities in these efforts is essential to ensure meaningful and effective interventions. Community centers, grassroots organizations, and local NGOs are invaluable in offering tailored resources to meet the specific needs of the Bronx. These groups often provide critical first-line support, including meal services and legal aid. Moreover, fostering collaboration between public and private sectors can optimize resource distribution and encourage innovative solutions. Public-private partnerships can result in more affordable housing and the implementation of well-rounded support systems. Harnessing technology can simplify access to essential services and enhance the efficiency of support systems. Tools such as mobile apps that link homeless individuals to resources, online platforms offering job training, and data-driven analytics to track trends and needs demonstrate how innovation can contribute to solving these challenges. For instance, applications that provide real-time information on available shelters or job opportunities can offer immediate support to those in need. Similarly, public awareness campaigns aimed at reducing the stigma surrounding homelessness and substance abuse can inspire greater community involvement. By nurturing a collective sense of responsibility, communities can become more supportive and resilient in addressing these issues. Pushing for policy reforms at local and state levels can pave the way for more effective solutions to homelessness and substance abuse. Policies that emphasize the development of affordable housing, allocate greater funding for mental health services, and uphold fair labor practices are critical components of a long-term strategy. Preventive measures, such as early intervention programs targeting at-risk youth, can play a pivotal role in reducing the chances of individuals falling into homelessness or substance dependency. Ultimately, while policies and statistics are essential, it's crucial to recognize the personal stories behind homelessness and substance abuse in the Bronx, as these narratives bring humanity to the forefront of the crisis. Each individual has a unique journey, marked by struggles, resilience, and the pursuit of dignity. By sharing personal stories, we can foster empathy and understanding. Hearing from those who have experienced homelessness and substance abuse firsthand provides invaluable insights into the challenges they face and the support they need. Highlighting success stories of individuals who have overcome homelessness and addiction can inspire hope and demonstrate the effectiveness of comprehensive support systems. These narratives underscore the potential for recovery and the importance of continued efforts to support vulnerable populations. Homelessness in Queens. Alongside the Bronx, Queens stands out as another New York City borough grappling with significant homelessness challenges, each shaped by its distinct dynamics. Known for its cultural diversity and expansive neighborhoods, Queens has experienced a steady rise in its homeless population over recent years. By 2023, it was estimated that approximately 8,000 individuals in Queens were without stable housing, reflecting a 12% increase since 2018. This growth is driven by a mix of economic pressures, social hurdles, and systemic issues that hinder vulnerable groups from accessing secure housing. A major driver of homelessness in Queens is the soaring cost of living, particularly housing. Although generally less expensive than Manhattan, Queens has seen rental prices climb rapidly in areas like Astoria, Long Island City, and Flushing. Over the past 5 years, median rents in these neighborhoods have risen by nearly 20%, far exceeding wage growth and creating financial hardship for many low-income residents. This economic squeeze often leaves individuals and families forced to prioritize between rent and other basic necessities. When they cannot meet both, displacement and homelessness become a harsh reality, further intensifying the crisis in this diverse and vibrant borough. employment instability is a significant factor contributing to the homelessness crisis in Queens. Despite the borough's thriving job market in areas like healthcare, education, and technology, many residents rely on low-paying jobs that lack adequate benefits and job security. The rise of the gig economy, with its emphasis on freelance and contract work, provides flexibility but often falls short in offering the stability and protections necessary for long-term financial resilience. This precarious nature of employment makes it difficult for individuals to build savings for housing or recover from unexpected financial emergencies, leaving them at greater risk of homelessness. Social challenges, including family conflicts, domestic violence, and insufficient social support, further intensify the homelessness issue in Queens. Survivors of domestic violence are especially vulnerable, often forced to leave abusive situations without access to safe and stable housing. The shortage of shelters and specialized support services for their unique needs frequently leaves them with limited resources to rebuild their lives. Additionally, mental health challenges and substance abuse are widespread within the homeless population, serving both as causes and consequences of homelessness. The lack of accessible mental health care and addiction treatment makes it harder to provide holistic support to those in need. The effects of homelessness in Queens extend beyond those directly impacted. Communities face increased pressure on public resources, such as emergency shelters, healthcare systems, and social service programs. Neighborhoods with higher numbers of homeless individuals often see rises in petty crimes and disturbances, creating a sense of unease among local residents. Furthermore, the stigma surrounding homelessness fosters social isolation and discrimination, making it even more challenging for individuals to seek assistance and reintegrate into society. Efforts to combat homelessness in Queens encompass a range of strategies relying on collaboration among government agencies, nonprofits, and local community groups. Key initiatives include expanding affordable housing developments, boosting funding for mental health and substance abuse programs, and offering job training and employment placement services to address the root causes of homelessness. For instance, the Queens Housing Development Corporation has introduced several affordable housing units in underserved neighborhoods, creating more opportunities for low-income individuals and families. Meanwhile, organizations such as the Coalition for the Homeless and Project Renewal provide holistic support, including emergency shelters, case management, and long-term assistance to help people regain stability and rebuild their lives. Policy changes are equally vital in reducing homelessness in Queens. Advocating for stronger rent control policies, raising the minimum wage, and improving access to affordable health care are crucial steps toward a more balanced housing market. Additionally, tackling systemic inequities like racial and economic disparities can ensure marginalized groups receive the resources they need to prevent homelessness and recover from its impacts. Community engagement and public awareness play a vital role in combating homelessness in Queens. By fostering a sense of solidarity and encouraging residents to support local initiatives, communities can create a more inclusive and supportive environment for everyone. Volunteer programs, donation drives, and advocacy campaigns help bridge the gap between those experiencing homelessness and the resources available to assist them. In conclusion, while Queens may not have the same visibility as the Bronx in discussions about homelessness, it faces its own significant challenges that require urgent attention and comprehensive solutions. By addressing the economic, social, and systemic factors contributing to homelessness, and by fostering collaboration and community support, Queens can make meaningful strides toward reducing its homeless population and enhancing the quality of life for all its residents. Future Outlook: Striving for a Better Tomorrow. As we reach the end of this Travel documentary, It's a moment to reflect on the profound journey through the Bronx's fight against homelessness and substance abuse. What insights have we gained, and how can these lessons guide us toward impactful change? Delving into these intertwined challenges has shown us the critical need for empathy, perseverance, and collective responsibility. It underscores the value of comprehensive support systems and the irreplaceable role of communities in shaping a brighter future. Armed with this understanding, viewers are encouraged to take tangible steps to uplift the Bronx's homeless community. Whether it's through volunteering time, making donations, or advocating for meaningful policy reforms, every action contributes to creating a more compassionate and inclusive society. The dual crises of homelessness and substance abuse in the Bronx are urgent issues that demand awareness and action. By examining their current state, unraveling their causes, and seeking practical solutions, we have the opportunity to foster real and lasting change. Through this documentary, our goal has been more than just capturing the vibrant culture of places like the Bronx. We strive to shine a light on their struggles, urging viewers to become active agents of positive transformation. Thank you for embarking on this journey with us. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to our channel for more compelling stories that matter. Together, we hold the power to create a better tomorrow. Arizona. Homelessness is a reality that touches every corner of society, often hidden in plain sight. In Arizona, a state known for its breathtaking landscapes and thriving cities, this challenge takes on unique dimensions. From the bustling streets of Phoenix to the quieter towns dotting the desert, the issue isn't just about numbers, it's about people, each with a story to tell. In this film, we explore the roots of homelessness, its ripple effects on communities, and the efforts being made to create lasting change. Join us as we delve into this pressing issue, not to find easy answers, but to better understand the lives it impacts and the paths forward for us all. Homelessness is far more than the lack of a physical shelter. It represents a complex web of challenges, from financial hardship to mental health struggles. In Arizona, a state celebrated for its breathtaking landscapes and thriving cities, homelessness has become a pressing issue demanding our collective focus. This documentary aims to illuminate the lives of those facing homelessness, delving into its root causes, analyzing the current landscape, evaluating its effects on individuals and communities alike, and uncovering practical solutions to address and alleviate this growing concern. Current state of homelessness in Arizona. To grasp the magnitude of homelessness in Arizona, it's essential to look at the current statistics and understand the living conditions of those affected. Statistical overview. Arizona is grappling with a rapidly expanding homeless population, ranking among the fastest growing in the nation. In cities like Phoenix, the number of individuals living in concentrated street encampments has surged by an astonishing 450%. One area, known as the Zone, formerly referred to as Thunderdome, now shelters nearly 1,000 unsheltered individuals, a stark increase over the past decade. These alarming statistics underscore the pressing need for impactful solutions and resources. Additionally, Arizona faces a troubling prevalence of human trafficking, ranking 13th nationwide with 651 reported tips. Each year, hundreds of victims are affected, while commercial sexual exploitation generates millions of dollars in illicit profits within the state. This harsh reality compounds the complexity of addressing the homelessness crisis. Concentrated areas. Phoenix's The Zone, now commonly called the Danger Zone, has become a stark symbol of Arizona's escalating homelessness crisis. Despite repeated efforts to dismantle encampments, the root causes of homelessness remain unaddressed, perpetuating a relentless cycle of displacement and return. Scottsdale, known for its affluence, has not been immune to this issue, witnessing a noticeable rise in homelessness as people are driven out of pressure neighborhoods. These concentrated areas turn into visible hotspots for homelessness, where individuals face public scrutiny yet continue to grapple with the same systemic challenges fueling homelessness across the state. Living conditions. The living conditions for homeless individuals in Arizona are often harsh and unforgiving. Many endure sweltering temperatures, limited access to clean water and nutritious food, and constant threats of violence and theft. The absence of stable housing leaves basic hygiene and personal safety as daily battles, further eroding their quality of life. Estimates suggest that nearly 1,000 unsheltered people live in these concentrated zones, enduring hardships that extend far beyond the mere lack of a roof over their heads. Causes of homelessness in Arizona. Understanding the root causes of homelessness is essential for developing effective strategies to address it. In Arizona, several factors contribute to the rising numbers of individuals without stable housing. High housing costs. Housing costs in Arizona have become a significant factor contributing to the rise in homelessness. In recent years, both rental and home purchase prices have soared, making it increasingly challenging for low-income families and individuals to find stable housing. In Phoenix alone, rental rates have surged by an astonishing 177% compared to the previous year, placing a heavy financial burden on residents. This steep rise often forces people to make impossible choices, such as prioritizing rent over essentials like food and medical care, significantly increasing the likelihood of homelessness. Lack of affordable housing. The issue is further compounded by a severe lack of affordable housing. With limited access to low-cost living options, countless individuals find themselves with no alternative but to seek refuge in temporary shelters or live on the streets. The construction of affordable housing has failed to keep pace with demand, leaving a growing gap that urgently needs to be addressed. Moreover, restrictive building codes and zoning laws in certain Arizona cities hinder the development of affordable housing projects, reducing opportunities for those struggling to secure a place to call home. Population growth. Arizona's swift population growth has become a key factor contributing to the state's housing challenges. Attracted by its thriving economy and desirable climate, an increasing number of people are relocating to Arizona, intensifying the demand for housing. This surge often surpasses the available supply, straining the housing market and escalating prices. As a result, many residents face the threat of homelessness. Cities such as Phoenix and Tucson have experienced notable population booms, leading to overcrowded housing markets and a dwindling inventory of affordable housing options. Substance abuse and social issues. Substance abuse continues to pose a significant challenge for Arizona's homeless population. Addiction not only undermines the ability to secure and maintain stable housing, but also heightens the risk of entanglement in criminal activities. Compounding this issue are factors like mental health disorders and domestic violence, which further trap individuals in cycles of instability and poverty. The intersection of addiction, homelessness, and social issues creates a complex crisis that demands holistic and well-coordinated interventions. Lack of support services. The shortage of comprehensive support services is a critical barrier to overcoming homelessness. Many individuals lack access to essential services like healthcare, mental health support, and job training programs. Without these resources, it becomes difficult for them to regain their footing and secure stable employment and housing. Additionally, bureaucratic hurdles and limited funding for support services hinder the effectiveness of existing programs, leaving many homeless individuals without the necessary assistance to improve their circumstances. Personal stories and testimonials. Personal stories and testimonials bring a deeply human perspective to the issue of homelessness, shedding light on the challenges and triumphs faced by those navigating this difficult reality. These accounts offer a window into the lived experiences of homeless individuals, emphasizing the need for empathy and understanding in addressing this complex crisis. Take Lisa, for example, a longtime resident of Phoenix, who shares her inspiring journey from homelessness to stability. "We've been together for 15 years, going on 16. Being married and living on the streets hasn't changed our love, it's only made it stronger," she says. Lisa's story is a testament to the resilience and determination of people experiencing homelessness, highlighting how crucial support systems can be in overcoming adversity. Equally moving is the story of a former Marine who fell into homelessness due to struggles with substance abuse. "I used to be fine smoking weed, it didn't bother me at all. But one day I decided I didn't want it anymore, so I quit," he shares. His experience reveals the devastating toll of addiction and underscores the urgent need for rehabilitation programs that address both mental health and substance abuse. These personal accounts serve to humanize the issue, reminding us that homelessness is not merely a statistic but a deeply personal crisis. By listening to these voices, we gain a more profound understanding of the systemic barriers at play and the pressing need for compassionate and effective solutions. Impacts of homelessness. The ramifications of homelessness extend beyond the individuals directly affected, influencing various aspects of the community and society at large. Impact on individuals. Homelessness has a profound impact on an individual's health. The lack of access to healthcare services leaves many medical conditions untreated, increases vulnerability to infectious diseases, and significantly harms mental well-being. Constant exposure to stress and instability amplifies these health challenges, creating barriers to seeking and receiving necessary care. Chronic illnesses such as diabetes, hypertension, and mental health disorders are widespread among the homeless population, often remaining unaddressed due to limited healthcare accessibility. Safety is another critical concern for those experiencing homelessness. Life on the streets is fraught with dangers, including high rates of violence, theft, and exploitation. Without the security of a stable home, individuals face heightened risks of attacks and abuse, which further erode their sense of safety and overall well-being. Violence and crime within homeless communities perpetuate a cycle of fear and instability, making it even more challenging for individuals to break free from the grip of homelessness. Impact on the community. The link between homelessness and rising crime rates is well documented. The desperation stemming from homelessness often leads to an increase in drug-related offenses, theft, and violent crimes. This not only harms victims but also places a significant strain on law enforcement and disrupts the fabric of community life. For instance, within a single week, 4 murders were reported in a concentrated homeless area, underscoring the volatile conditions that emerge when stable housing and support systems are absent. Homelessness also creates a substantial economic burden for communities. Escalating healthcare expenses, increased law enforcement demands, and the reliance on emergency services divert resources from other vital public services. Furthermore, neighborhoods with significant homeless populations often see declines in property values and reduced tourism, deepening the economic impact. The rising cost of housing exacerbates this issue, forcing many individuals to spend a large portion of their income on rent, leaving little for other necessities and perpetuating cycles of poverty and homelessness. Additionally, large homeless populations contribute to environmental challenges. Improper waste disposal, along with defecation and urination in public spaces, leads to pollution and urban degradation. This not only diminishes a city's aesthetic appeal but also poses health risks to the broader population. The cost and frequency of cleanup efforts increase alongside these environmental impacts, further straining already limited community resources. Solutions to homelessness. Addressing homelessness requires a multifaceted approach that tackles the root causes and provides sustainable support to those in need. Here are some of the strategies being implemented and proposed in Arizona. Increasing affordable housing supply. A proven strategy to combat homelessness is to increase the supply of affordable housing. In Arizona, efforts are underway to develop more social housing initiatives and extend financial aid to low-income families. By improving accessibility and affordability, fewer individuals face the risk of homelessness due to economic hardships. Innovative approaches like tiny home communities and modular housing are being explored as rapid solutions to boost affordable housing availability and meet growing demands. Enhancing support services. Robust support services are vital for helping individuals transition out of homelessness. Enhancing access to mental health care, substance abuse treatment, and job training programs addresses the root causes of homelessness, empowering individuals to regain stability and rebuild their lives. Comprehensive services such as case management, counseling, and life skills training play a critical role in this effort. These holistic programs provide the tools and resources necessary for lasting recovery and self-sufficiency, fostering dignity and hope. For rehabilitation and substance abuse programs. Substance abuse is a major contributor to homelessness, making access to rehabilitation programs crucial. Arizona has dedicated resources to initiatives that provide treatment and recovery support for individuals battling addiction. These efforts play a vital role in breaking the cycle of substance abuse, decreasing the risk of relapse, and promoting sustainable recovery. Integrated care models, which merge addiction treatment with mental health services and housing assistance, have demonstrated remarkable success in fostering long-term stability. Policy and community collaboration. Addressing homelessness requires effective policies and a collaborative approach involving government agencies, nonprofits, and local communities. Arizona's strategy emphasizes comprehensive solutions that simultaneously tackle housing, healthcare, and employment challenges. Active community participation ensures that initiatives are customized to meet the unique needs of affected populations, cultivating an inclusive and supportive environment. By fostering partnerships between public and private sectors, Arizona leverages innovation and optimizes resources to develop impactful and sustainable solutions. Government initiatives to address homelessness in Arizona. The Arizona government has launched a multifaceted approach to address the escalating homelessness crisis, combining immediate relief with sustainable, long-term solutions. A key pillar of these efforts is the significant expansion of affordable housing projects, funded through state budgets and federal grants, aimed at boosting the availability of low-cost housing options in major cities such as Phoenix and Tucson. One standout initiative, the Shelters to Shutters Greater Phoenix program, plays a vital role in transitioning individuals from temporary shelters to permanent homes. Alongside housing, it provides critical services, including job training, mental health care, and support for overcoming substance abuse, fostering holistic rehabilitation and self-sufficiency. To overcome previous hurdles in accessing federal resources, the state has streamlined its administrative systems, ensuring the efficient allocation of relief funds. Arizona has also prioritized collaboration, forming strong partnerships with nonprofits, local businesses, and community organizations. These alliances underscore the importance of collective action in combating homelessness. Preventive measures are another focal point, with eviction prevention programs and financial aid for rent and utilities designed to tackle the root causes of homelessness. By addressing these challenges before individuals lose their homes, the state aims to reduce the influx of people experiencing homelessness. Through this integrated strategy, combining housing initiatives, robust support services, and collaborative efforts, the Arizona government is building a sustainable framework to not only alleviate the immediate hardships faced by the homeless, but also ensure long-term stability and successful reintegration into the community. An efficient use of funds. Ensuring that funds allocated for homelessness prevention and support are used efficiently is paramount. Transparency in the distribution of federal relief money and local funds helps maximize the impact of these resources. Arizona has been working to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of various programs to ensure that they deliver tangible results in reducing homelessness. Accountability measures and regular audits are essential to prevent mismanagement of funds and ensure that resources reach those in need. Additional insights and developments. Beyond immediate solutions, innovative approaches and community-driven efforts are emerging as promising avenues to address homelessness. In Arizona, for example, certain cities are piloting tiny home villages as transitional housing options. These compact, secure environments provide not only a roof over one's head, but also access to vital services such as job training, counseling, and healthcare. By fostering a sense of stability and support, these villages create a nurturing community that helps individuals transition toward permanent housing solutions. Technology is also playing a transformative role in connecting homeless individuals with the resources they need. Mobile applications and online platforms are bridging gaps, enabling quicker and more efficient access to essential services, from shelter availability to healthcare support. Community initiatives. Grassroots movements and local initiatives have proven to be invaluable in addressing homelessness on a practical level. Volunteer organizations frequently organize food distributions, clothing drives, and free medical camps, offering immediate aid to those in crisis. While these efforts are often localized, their impact on the well-being of homeless individuals is profound. For instance, initiatives like Billy's Way Home go beyond basic assistance, providing meals along with a sense of community and belonging. This emotional support is vital for empowering individuals as they work toward reclaiming independence. Education and awareness. Increasing public awareness about homelessness is crucial for cultivating empathy and garnering widespread support. Through educational workshops and impactful awareness campaigns, we can dispel misconceptions and emphasize that homelessness can affect anyone, regardless of their background or circumstances. By fostering greater understanding, communities are more likely to back policies and initiatives that aim to tackle this pressing issue. Travel documentaries like ours serve as a powerful medium to illuminate these challenges, inspiring audiences to re-examine their assumptions and take meaningful action. Employment opportunities. Providing employment opportunities tailored to the unique skills and needs of homeless individuals is equally essential. Full vocational training and job placement programs empower people to achieve financial independence and reintegrate into society. Employment offers more than just income; it restores purpose and self-esteem, both critical for lasting stability. Collaborative efforts with local businesses to create job openings ensure that individuals experiencing homelessness have the tools to rebuild their lives and thrive. Homelessness in Arizona is a multifaceted challenge that demands immediate and ongoing attention. By delving into its root causes, assessing the current landscape, understanding its profound impacts, and implementing holistic solutions, Arizona can take meaningful steps toward addressing this pressing issue. The road to ending homelessness is not without obstacles, but with unified efforts and compassionate policymaking, it is within reach. Through this Travel documentary, our aim is to shed light on these vital concerns, spark meaningful change, and motivate viewers to take action in their own communities. If this documentary resonated with you, we invite you to like the video, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe to our channel for more impactful stories. Together, we can create lasting change. Kensington. Have you ever wondered what truly lies beneath the surface of a community often misunderstood by the outside world? Today, we're exploring the heart of Kensington, Philadelphia, a neighborhood frequently associated with addiction, poverty, and hardship. Join us as we meet the locals who are making a difference and discover the hidden gems that make Kensington unique. If these stories resonate with you, give us a thumbs up, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe for more genuine journeys into the lives and places that shape our world. A real zombie land, Kensington, Philadelphia. Kensington, a neighborhood that has become synonymous with America's opioid crisis, is a place where addiction and poverty intersect, creating a harsh reality that most people would find unimaginable. Once a thriving industrial hub, Kensington now finds itself grappling with open-air drug markets, crumbling infrastructure, and a community desperately trying to hold on. What is life like for the people who live here? How do they manage to survive in the midst of such overwhelming challenges? In this travel documentary, we will walk you through the streets of Kensington, showing you the stark reality of addiction, the heartache of families struggling to make ends meet, and the resilience of a community that refuses to be broken. It's a journey into a part of America that many would rather ignore, but these stories deserve to be told. The people of Kensington are more than just statistics in a crisis. They are individuals with hopes, dreams, and a determination to rise above the hardships they face every day. Their voices must be heard, and their stories must be shared. Ever wanted to move to this wonderland, where you can catch Peter Pan flying high, or Tinkerbell's fairy dust is sold in public in every alley? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And the rise and fall of Kensington. In its heyday, Kensington was a powerhouse of industry, home to bustling textile mills and factories that provided stable jobs for its residents. During the mid-20th century, the neighborhood flourished, and the working-class families who lived there had a sense of pride and belonging. The streets were alive with the hum of factories, and there was a strong sense of community as neighbors worked side by side to build a better future for their families. However, the decline of American manufacturing in the 1950s and 1960s dealt a severe blow to Kensington's economy. Factories closed, jobs disappeared, and the area entered a prolonged period of economic decline. The lack of employment opportunities led to widespread poverty, and the once thriving community began to crumble. Homes fell into disrepair, businesses shuttered, and the vibrant neighborhood atmosphere slowly faded away. As the economic foundations of Kensington eroded, social issues began to take hold. The neighborhood saw an increase in crime, as well as the spread of drug use, which would come to define the area in the decades that followed. By the 1980s and 1990s, Kensington had become a hotbed for crack cocaine, and later, heroin. Today, the neighborhood is at the epicenter of America's opioid crisis, with fentanyl and other dangerous substances now prevalent on its streets. The decline of Kensington is a story of economic disinvestment, systemic neglect, and the resilience of a community that, despite all odds, continues to fight for survival. The opioid crisis, Kensington's struggle with addiction. The opioid crisis has had a devastating impact on Kensington, turning it into one of the most infamous open-air drug markets in the country. As you walk through the streets, it's impossible to ignore the individuals struggling with addiction, the makeshift encampments, and the sight of people using drugs in broad daylight. Kensington Avenue, in particular, has become synonymous with the opioid epidemic, where addiction is both